back. Back and back. Yeah! Ooh! Alright, let's see if everything here is working. Okay, everything looks great. Oh my goodness. Give me just a second here. Let me just adjust my level just a little bit. And there we have it. Boom. Okay, let me pull up my... Yep, there we have it. Just a second, everyone. Let me make sure I've got everything up that we need to have up. And, whoops, Whoops. No. Right there. Okay, yep, we're in good shape. Alright, everyone, nice to see some people here. Good to see you. We'll just wait a minute here to see if we can get some people funneling in here. Oh my gosh, how's everyone been? It's been so long since we've seen each other as dongs. I mean, it's been so long since we've seen each other. You sound sensual. No, this isn't a new microphone. Me and my professor, we were adjusting the filtering on the microphone. Even though this is a crappy headset, we did a few little tweaks and played with the EQ to kind of make it sound a little more warm, a little more inviting, a little more sensual. So I think the microphone will sound, generally speaking, a little bit better than it did before. Hey Beast, good to see you. Nice to see you, my good man. You very large, built like a refrigerator human specimen. but mess with that guy. I certainly would never owe money. Jesus Christ. So, everyone, tell me real quick, what have you guys been up to? What's been going on? And how's everything been going? How am I supposed to pay attention if your voice makes me want to touch myself? Well, I ask myself that question every day. Every day. Every day. If you run out of ammo, you can have mine. See, I can do Snake. I can do Snakey. Oh my gosh. Oh. And Jay, be careful over there. I hope you have a good vacation. Hope you have a great vacation, Beast. Legend in the FGC. Former priest. Former prostitute. Probably one of the best ever. That's you know, that's controlled. That's manned the stick, let's say. Okay, so we've got a few people in here now. Let's see what we're up to. We're up to a few. We got about 130, 140 odd people. You guys want to wait a few more minutes, or do you guys want to get started? Do you guys want me to talk about it a little bit? What we're going to be doing here? I'm just trying to wait. I'm just trying to let the chat, you know, keep up here. I'm trying to keep up with the chat. Sorry if I missed a message. I'm sorry about that. It's just they zoom through my screen here. Okay, good. Hoping to get edged soon. Yep, everyone's... Hey, Kaitor, everyone is going to get edged. The edge enhancer is real, and I will do you. DIY kids are absolutely happy. Okay, so I think we've got enough here. Yeah, we're looking good. So let's talk about Sunday afternoons with the Sega Saturn. So today, we are going to be working on not just a Sega Saturn, but we're going to be working on the launch model, VA0 Sega Saturn. Now, typically you can buy these quite cheaply. The unfortunate caveat to their price, to their cheap prices, of course, they're always busted. 9 times out of 10, well, let's be more fair. I think it's more of like a 70 to 30 distribution. 70% of the time, these things are going to be failing, if not totally fail, in all capacities. Which is interesting. In my opinion, now I have a bunch of Sega Saturn revisions, and I have a bunch of Sega Saturns. I will tell you with confidence that with maintenance, in my opinion, the launch unit, the VA0 or the VA.5, the 0.5, that is the best Sega Saturn to own. Those things, with the exception of a couple of things, are pretty bulletproof. They are the cleanest outputting systems, stock for stock. And they generally generally perform very well with maintenance. They require servicing. Now, all Sega Saturns at this point are over 30 years old. The system launched in 1994, so if it's not 30 years old, it's 26.72 times cubed repeating years old. They're old, okay? The capacitors used during the turn of the 80s to 90s, there really wasn't a strong paradigm shift in chemistries with electrolytic capacitors. As a matter of fact, Toyota, Panasonic, Rubicon, all of these brands were really all just trying to counterfeit each other's dielectric chemistries. And as a result, and plus this is being the 80s, 90s, and even early mid-90s, chemistries in through-hole leaded components, fine. But the unique chemistries found in surface mount components, was very, let's just say that the juices can be quite volatile, especially with age and especially with use. Typically speaking, what you really want to do is you just want to take any Sega Saturn that you have and you want to recap it. But most notably, the surface mount capacitors in the VA0, which the VA0, interestingly enough, this is the launch unit. All caps are surface mount caps from the early 90s, and they all have a terrible tendency to fail. We'll talk about that in just a second. But subsequent revisions even revisions from 96, 97. Now here is a VA15, and this is something that somebody sent to me because guess what? They busted the BIOS when they tried doing a region-free mod. They sent it to me for parts. This is a unit from 1997, but look, all electrolytic through-hole caps. They still need servicing, but their tendency to fail is much less in frequency than the surface mount caps of the early to mid-1990s. So, while all Sega Saturns need servicing desperately, systems with through-hole caps, statistically speaking, are far more likely to be working today unserviced than this launch unit here, has any chance in hell. So, launch units are the best units. In my opinion, they just need servicing. And another problem, let me talk about this real quick. Here's another reason. Never mind longevity and just, their iron bulletproofness. Later revisions of the Sega Saturn downscaled some of the processors into ASICs. For example, the 68,000 CPU, which I think the 68K was mainly handled for sound operations for the FM chip. They used a discrete version of that, and as a consequence, in later revision Model 2 Sega Saturns, there are some games that don't agree with the discrete 68K. I think the Sega Ages version, or was it the Sega Ages version, but there's a version of Outrun, for example. There's a specific printing of that game that will not run, and it crashes because Outrun doesn't the way it was coded, the instruction doesn't jive with the microcode of the 68K that they spun up into an ASIC when they started consolidating chips. Sega, or the publisher, later rectified that, but the only way you know if you've got the Sega Outrun version that'll run on all Saturns, or if you have the Sega Saturn Outrun version that only runs on certain Saturns, I'm saying Saturns a lot, is if you look at the little code that's lasered onto the ring. Anywho, there's some game compatibility issues, notwithstanding. My recommendation is not limited to durability, it's just compatibility, right? So I'm saying that in a very long in the tooth kind of a way. But launch unit, bulletproof, works with everything, and it's just a nice looking system. I mean, Jesus, let's just look at the color profile here. Like, you've got this nice gray, and you've got these nice, beautiful blue buttons. It's just gorgeous. Okay, does anyone agree? Does anyone not agree? Okay, I just want to know. Yep, thank you. I love your videos. I love your videos too. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. It's just a beautiful system. So, this system, let's go ahead and test. So I'm just going to, you'll have to look at me on this.
Which you could do
oh my God.
Off of 1/100th of the interest on your goddamn money.
Thank you, Nebula Mars. Thank you so much. Riley thanks you for that. Thank you. So thank you for parting with some of that money. We're going to go on this camera because this is going to come out of view here. We're just going to turn this over. And we're going to move this over to the left. And we are going to test this system. Now, I bought this Sega Saturn. I bought two of these. They're identical. I bought these systems sold from a Japanese vendor. Not working, not functioning. Black screen upon boot. No activity. Now, I think I got the lights in here. So we're going to turn this on. I'm going to move over. Okay, so we have a very dim, I don't know if you guys can see that, but we've got a very dim, I can shoot this over here. We've got a very dim power light there. You can barely see it, but I think you guys can see just a little bit of that green coming through. We have no access LED. So we're going to move over to the, we're going to move over to the pink. Yeah, and we're not getting, and we're all set up here. We're not getting any video. I'm getting a sound bounce, but I'm not getting any video. And to test this, hold on just a second. Let's make sure that I have everything set up in the video chain correctly. This This is a functioning, just refurbed model launch unit, VA0. Let's go ahead and make sure that my testing rig is properly operational. Oh, put it in me. Okay, so we're going to turn that on. That's what we're looking for. Okay, so yes, our rig is working great. No problems there. Let me put this over here. Let me put it in my sack. Ah, right there. Playing with sacks. It's a Joe Rutherford thing. Okay, so this system. Oops. This system's busted. It's just busted. So 9 times out of 10, fantastic cartridge, by the way. 9 times out of 10, the remedy for this is going to simply be to... I need to tighten those screws up. The remedy for the remedy for launch unit Saturns is to simply recap. You typically, I mean, unless there's damage, which that's possible too, and we'll get into that. But the remedy for launch units is just to recap. Now, you can service any Sega Saturn. But in my personal experience, these later revisions with the revised chipset, they're serviceable. But some of these chips, and because of the way things just have a tendency to rot on even the newer boards that don't even use surface mount caps, there's a lot more trace rework. There are a lot more failures on dies, and it's really a game. It's a rat race, and it's a game of whack-a-mole. Servicing these units. It can be here too, but this system is just built so much better that it's not as much of a problem. Okay, that's just my personal opinion. I used to service these regularly in 2013, 2014 to the tune of, a couple of hundred in a year. Back in those days, I haven't touched these in 10 years. But I've noticed that the trend here is basically the same. So this is the unit that I prefer, and this is the unit that I personally recommend to people, especially if you're interested in servicing and revitalizing and bringing a piece of hardware back to life, and also keeping it going. Okay, recap this thing. Typically, once you recap it, it's going to be good for another 20. With new chemistries like this, you don't have to touch this thing for 30 years. All right? Let's get started. Now, I've not opened this yet. Let's see what's in here, and let's get going. Oh, and also, something else we'll be doing. I don't have the 3D printed part, but I'm going to be just taking the disk drive out, and we'll be installing this fin rear that Castlemania Games sent me back in 2014. Okay, so... Everyone good? Are we good? How's the stream? Is the quality okay? Just let me know before we get really started here. Let me put this here. Is the voice to background music ratio proportion satisfactory? Okay. Another thing to talk about. Let's talk real quick. So, as Lord Voltar, I've got a gray Saturn. It looks to be a launch unit, but how do I know specifically if it's a launch unit? Well, you can go on the internet, and there is a database that will help you decode this serial number. Now, one thing is the T-shaped power supply. That's kind of an indicator, but the ultimate indicator right here, providing that the motherboard hasn't been swapped, which this is a top-mounted power supply, nonetheless. So we got some digits here. Now, the B or BC, it's either going to be 1 or 2 digits. It's going to be either a single letter or 2 letters. That's going to tell you where it was manufactured, if I remember correctly. Okay, technically the third digit, which it's the second on this unit. This means this is the year that it was produced and manufactured. So this is 4. This was produced in 1994, and the 0. If this is a 0, I think through 4. This either means it's a VA0 or a VA0.5. And for all intents and purposes, really, the VA0 and the VA0.5 are pretty much the same thing. But you can ID the revision just off the first 4 to 6 characters. And let's see, I'll pull up the other one. Now, this is a launch unit, too, and we'll compare. Actually, we'll grab a couple of these, because this is important. Here, let me grab this. Let me grab this and shove it up my ass here. Just give me a second. Okay. Alright, so here we go. Now, we know that this is a launch unit. It was produced in '94. I'll zoom in a little bit here. Okay, 4.0. This was manufactured in 1994. It's a 0 revision. Okay, here's another launch unit. Now again, some of them either have a single character or 2 alpha characters. BC, that is, I think this was in, I don't remember where BC, geographically this was manufactured. But again, 94, and the 4th digit here is 0, so this is also a VA0. Now, here is an American Model 1 Saturn. Now, you would assume, obviously, looking at this, oh, this could be, you know, is this a launch unit? Well, not necessarily. Okay. 0 in America, this is just, you know, this is the manufacturing location. 5th year, or 95, excuse me, the 2nd year, technically, this was 95, and this is a 1, probably a VA1 from 95. So the serial code on the back is a pretty good indicator, obviously, of what the revision is, providing that somebody hasn't swapped a board. And then naturally, of course, we have a VA2 here. I'm sorry, a Model 2. This is one that Stefan Kulov sent to me back in 1990, 2017 or 16. Can't remember. HD Retrovision, one of my very good friends, Stefan Steve Kulov, STD. Replaced lens assembly, but spindle motor doesn't work. Well, Steve, that spindle motor still doesn't work. So, but this is a this was produced in 96. 4.0. I'd have to look up the code, and don't quote me on the revision codes. I'm not. I'm certainly probably kind of wrong about that, but you can rest assured any system that was made in 96 with the next character being a 4, this is most certainly not a launch unit. So that's also good to know if you need to find a 20-pin or a 21-pin 20-pin or a 21-pin Saturn, because that drive is very important. Well, I don't suppose it's important anymore, really, is it? Because the fin rear, see, on the original release of the fin rear, mine's several years old, you had to know before buying if you had a 20-pin drive or a 21-pin drive. Now, this is a 20-pin unit, and that's because some Saturns either have a 20-pin optical interface or they have a 21-pin optical interface, so you can't buy this without knowing. But now, I think the fin rear, I'm pretty sure, has 2 inputs for either a 20-pin or a 21-pin optical. So that is not so important, I don't think, anymore. If the purposes here, of course, are for you to install an optical drive emulator. Okay, so here we got it. I think, is this the unit that I serviced or not? I don't even remember. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is the... No. I don't think it is. Let me see. See, I'm getting them mixed up here. I don't think so. I think this is the unit. Let me just check something, guys. I'm sorry. This is why you don't do drugs. Yeah, okay, gotcha. Just had to make sure I wasn't going crazy. So we've got the unit here. Sorry I went into a little detail about that, but I thought this was important. Now again, people are asking, well, what's wrong with the Saturn? It's dead. This was purchased DOA. Typically in Japanese auctions, things are sold as junk. This unit literally was sold as junk. No video, no display, no response whatsoever. We're gonna service this, and we'll do some component level troubleshooting if we have to. Now, what I'm going to do first is I'm going to come right here, and I'm going to just service my tip real quick because it's been a bit. So I'm going to take this off the I'm going to take this off and keep my good old Kester Series J Series tip up. Now I'm going to come right in here. Let me get some heat in here, baby. Yeah, we got a little better lighting. Okay. Do some cleaning here. And now what I'm going to do is sort of fix this up here. Is I'm going to tin my tip because I want to remove all the oxidation that I can. Right here in real time. 1, 2, 3. Oh yeah. Oh, look at that. Nice and silver. Don't really talk about doing that much, but always service your tips. Now we're going to have good wetting and we're going to have good thermal conductivity. Let's get started. Let's get it started in here. Okay? Let's start taking this apart.
You motherfuckers have the money to implement these things. I do not.
Peter's clone, thank you so much. Thank you so very much for your contribution. Now I'm just going to get a Phillips bit here. I had one out. I don't know what I did with it. Maybe I stuck it in my ass. You see what I mean? That's good. Okay, so we're gonna start taking this apart. Everybody having a good time? Everyone having fun? We're having a good time? Alright, so be very careful here. We'll start zipping some screws out. Sorry guys if this is a little bit off, out of frame. Okay, I think that's everything, unless I forgot something. What? Oh! Let me do this off camera so I can actually... Come on! There's the magic spot. And up here. Forgot about you, didn't I? Okay, now then we should be able to pull this down. Nice and easy. These screws haven't been turned in over 30 years, so be gentle. Use very little torque. Okay, now we'll take out the back screws because this power supply floats in here. So we just zip these 3 out. Well, it doesn't really it doesn't necessarily float, but you see what I mean. The power supply lives in the top of the shell, doesn't live in the bottom of the shell, and it floats over top of everything else. Pretty neat, really. Okay, this should just come on out like this, and I'll show you. I'll demonstrate that. So we're going to take this top off, and you're going to notice, typically in a Dreamcast, PlayStation, later revision Saturn, when you take the top off, you're going to see that power supply sitting in the bottom of the case here. Well, that's just not so here. Watch carefully. So when you take this apart, there are a few cables you've got to watch out for. But if you'll notice, as I said, the power supply lives up here. It doesn't live down here, it lives up here. So we'll decouple the power supply, and now we have access. Okay, just like that. Pull that out, because I want that to be careful. Okay, so where do we start? Well, I'll tell you, I think what we need to do is we need to put this to the side. We're going to put the main system to the side here. We're not going to get it out. We're not going to mess with it so much right now. And the first thing that we're going to do, I want to service this power supply. So what I'd like to do, and this is very simple, I think this Phillips bit will get it. The only thing that couples power supply, hold on, let me take these screws out. The only thing that couples the power supply into the top of the shell is this Phillips bit right here. So I'll just take my little handy dandy screwdriver. I want to come in here like a man. Nope. Not quite. Where is that? Oh, perfect. And be able to do this. Guys, I might even be able to do this via hand job. Let's see. Perfect. Just carefully back that out. Screw comes out, and with that, this power supply is going to be held in by a little bit of glue, and I'm going to show you where that's at. So if you come in here, this power supply looks like it wants to be freed, and it does. It wants to be freed. But notice right here, we have this bit of glue. You don't have to decouple this. You don't have to remove this. It's nice to keep this here. So what you want to do is this is the power cable that you see here. It's connected to the power switch, okay? So this is what bounces the power off and on. Turn this over right here and just pull that out like that. And now, other than a little zip tie down here, which I always cut because this is an absolute nuisance. Let me grab some cutters here. Right? And I understand why they do that, because it's just the factory and it's easier for them to work and navigate things. But right here on this little metal frame, there's just a little cutout here for hold on, let me get in there. Oh yeah, here we go. Pull that zip tie out, and now some snake Plissken. Okay, sorry. So, we have a power supply here, and actually, no, I did open this system. I have a couple of these that I purchased. I did open the system because I needed to know what power supply specifically. That's right. I needed to know what power supply to buy a cap kit for. Now, you can't really diagnose that without opening the unit. And right here, this is an XQ155, and so when you buy one of these systems, just understand that you're going to have to, you can't buy, typically with a Saturn, you can't buy a system, say, oh, I'm going to just go ahead and recap it before, I'm going to get those caps before it gets here. You can't. You've got to take it apart. Otherwise, I never would have known. Okay. XQ155. XQ155. You have to ID these components in order to get the appropriate cap kit. You guys still with me? Any questions so far? Now I'm going to let the soldering gun heat up because I forgot about it. But while we're letting it heat up, let's talk about it. These power supplies are extremely well designed. I'm not a fan of the people who want to just replace this professionally engineered power supply with a little board that's based on an app node in the back of like a datasheet for a single, low dropout regulator. I don't agree with that. I'm just telling you guys, a lot of the Saturn, Dreamcast, PlayStation 1, not all of them. I've not tested all of them, and I'm not going to speak ignorantly upon things that I don't know about, but I'm telling you the things that I've seen being sold. They are absolutely, they pale in comparison, and I don't trust power things as much as I do other things that are designed by people who aren't necessarily trained to do that or educated to do that. I'm not trained and educated to design a competent power supply, and I would never want that liability. That's why power supply spec guys make a lot of money. So my suggestion to you is, to make a long story short, don't replace factory switch mode power supplies that were designed by a team of really good engineers at a really good firm with something that a hobbyist designed. That's got a few discrete parts on it. It's just not worth it. Okay? Does it make sense? Okay? Let's see. Alright, so let's just give this it's almost there. We're at 220 degrees. It's going to take another 45 seconds for it to come online. I want to get that good and hot. But again, power supplies. If you're not getting any power, let's just talk about that. If you've got a Sega Saturn that's playing dead with no activity light whatsoever, check the inline fuse on the AC main side, and that's very simple. So if we come right here, We've got the primary side here. Look, we've got a nice big juicy fuse. You can see the filament in there, so you clearly know that it's still good. But in the event that you either can't see the filament or you just want to be sure, grab your multimeter. Okay? Grab your multimeter. This is just a cheap meter that I love using. Set that baby to continuity mode. Come right here and see what the resistance is across. Ohm it out. Now, I don't know if you guys can hear that, but I'm getting an auditory beep. And also you can see we've got very low resistance across, basically a dead short, meaning this fuse is good. Of course, you know, you can just set it to ohms and do the same thing. You're just not going to get that auditory buzz. But again, look, dead short across, ohmed it out, fuse is good. That's number one. Always check the fuse. Always check the fuse, okay? Check it, okay? Okay, so let's see. Almost there. Now it's heated. We just gotta wait for it to come up. Let's see. How many caps are there? One. Let's see. Let's count. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So we've got 9 caps on the PSU to replace. We're going to do that. So 9 caps, not too bad. Just very well designed. I mean, you know, the power output is pretty clean on all of the rails. There's a 5-volt rail, there's a 9-volt rail, and is there a 3-volt rail? I can't remember. There used to be a little marking here that told you. I don't remember. There's definitely a 9... Oh my gosh, we're heated. There is a 9-volt rail and a 5-volt rail. I think there might be a 3-3, maybe? Or 2 grounds? There's 2 different ground supplies on this. I can't remember. Anywho, okay. So, recapping the power supply. Well, here's my suggestion. Don't take all the caps off at once. Do it one by one. If you do it one by one, if you don't have a lot of caps, do it one by one. That way you don't have to spend 50 minutes. You know, you take all the caps off and then you have to look at a capacitor map to see what caps go where. Don't worry about doing that. Take them off one by one. Be a man about it. Be a real man. Or a fake man. Well, let's not even get into that. Please, don't twist my words here, okay? Virtual RGB. So, alright, so here's what we have here. Let's start with this big primary filter here. We've got a 200 volt, 100 microfarad Rubicon. Now, the power supplies are very well engineered, and they did not skimp on crappy caps, even in the early mid-90s. Okay, the gun's ready to go, so let's do some prep work. Now, the first thing that I'm going to do before ever touching a desoldering gun to this, I'm just going to zoom in here. I'm going to take my nicely tinned soldering tip here. Okay. Just like that. Look how beautiful that looks. Now I'm going to hold this at an angle so you can see this. Okay. Here we go. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Heat on the part. Swivel, pull. Heat on the part. Okay. Wait till it goes molten. Swivel and pull. Doesn't get any cleaner than that. Now, if you want to, so there's another thing. You may have a little solder burr here, or you may have a component that is kind of kinked. If you want to have an even cleaner pull, what you can do is you can just come in here with some flush cuts and cut flush. That will keep the board from being snagged by any sort of residual solder burr or whisker that might be on the component lead. Now, we've got this potted, but this potting really doesn't do anything. Just pull it forward like that. It's not even any force. It just comes right out like that. And as far as potting material, repotting this, it's absolutely not necessary. These things aren't going to vibrate into the ether. Okay? That's just more of a conformal thing. Now we've got a little stripe here that indicates our polarity. It's very simple. We've got our 200 volt, 100 microfarad cap in place. Hold it nice and flat against the board. Wing the component leads out just a little bit. Okay, take our freshly tinned iron. Oh, daddy. And we're going to come right in here, nice and thorough. Look at that beautiful joint. Come right in here. Heat on the part, take your time, 1, 2, 3, off. That's a good dwell time. I like to use 60-40, but I also like to use...
Yeah, well, how long it take you motherfuckers to cut a check?
Oh, a benefit of the launch unit Saturns in case of VA0 is that the lid-mounted PSUs are beefier and no supplemental. Yes, that's right. A lot more output current here on the stock VA0X, let's call them, launch model for all intents and purposes. Sega Saturn power supplies. These things are bulletproof tanks. Thank you for the super chat, Rend Optional. I really appreciate that. I like to use, for a lot of my rework stuff, 6337. I also like to use... Oh, I can't even pick it up. Oh, God. People ask about this all the time. I like to use 6236 with a 2% silver bearing. Now, 60-40 is great, and there's no reason why you shouldn't be using it as a general purpose, even for rework like this. But the thing that I like about 6337 and the silver bearing is that it has a longer plasticity state. So in other words, it doesn't go solid as quickly as 60-40, so you have a little bit more working time or dwell time. Great for this stuff. Great for reworking old legacy electronics like this. So here we go. Very simple, right? We're going to cut these leads off, throw them away. So there's cap 1. Let's move on down the line to this cap. Now this is a 2700 microfarad 6.3 volt. Okay, so we're just going to go ahead. We're going to grab our solder. Where is that cap? Right here. And we're just going to introduce some fresh solder to these component legs, like so, like here. Okay, okay. And once again, we're going to grab this, and we're going to take our desoldering gun, and we're just going to introduce like this. I'm not going to cut these legs flush because I'm getting really clean pulls on these components, and really, this thing will just fall out. So that was a 2700 6.3 volt, no problem.
Rise from your grave.
Here we go. There's the replacement for that. Okay. Wing those tips out just a bit. Beautiful. Okay, looking fantastic. All right, so we have this little jewel right here, which is right there. These two legs right here, these leads right above my fingertip. I want to go ahead and pre-tin these and get these out of the way. Okay. Beautiful. Getting nice. That just literally fell out. That literally fell out. That was amazing. Okay, so that is a 1000 microfarad, 25 volt. Let's find something that matches that. There we go. There's our replacement Rubicon. We're replacing this Nishikon with a Rubicon. YXJ. Very nice capacitor indeed. Okay, just fit it in there like that. Make sure it's nice and flat against the board and then wing out. We talked about like that. Perfect. Clean that tip off a little bit. Oh, wrong soldering iron. I'm using the Kescher today. That tip that the tip on my JVC clone is pretty worn and pitted. So I've moved back to the good old trusty Kescher, which I still think the Kescher is a phenomenal T12 iron. I really like that. Okay, great. Might touch that up just a little bit. There we go. Give me a nice ball. The ball is a sphere is the most stable structure in the universe. How many of you knew that out there? How many of you know anything about balls? I sure don't. Okay, so got this little fella right here. Oops. Here we go. Oh. All right. I think that was the right one. Oh, it is. Right here, watch. Watch, guys. Just effortlessly. 2700 microfarads, 6.3 volts. Wait a minute. I think... Oh, don't tell me that they shorted me a cap. They shorted me a cap. Are you serious? Guys, are you serious? Let me look very carefully. XQ155. Didn't make a mistake, did I? No. XQ155. Are you fucking serious? I've had this okay, so full disclosure, this happened on the other cap kit that I just installed from Console 5. No offense, Luke, but like, come on, guy. Okay, so this cap, son of a bitch. Well, I can't replace this cap because we have this remaining. This is all I got left. No, I have everything here. No, I'm telling you it didn't. Absolutely not. All the caps are right here. I opened the caps, and there were only 9 caps in here. I didn't think there were 9 caps in here. 2700 microfarad, 6.3 volts. Everything that big. That's a large filtering cap. Let's see what I got. Let's see what I have. I have 1,000. I don't think this will fit, but I'll try it. Yeah, that's okay. That's the that is the second time that happened, and this actually happened on the Saturn that I just did, the other launch model that I just did about a week and a half ago. Hold on. Do I got anything back here? No. Hold on. Just give me a second, guys. Let me see if I can't figure something out. Oh, wait a minute. At this, I think I got something a little better. Yeah. Hold on, let me get in this drawer right here. Okay. Here we go. Okay. Yeah, I've got some stuff. And I've got these NES kits here. Okay, so I've got something here. That'll do the job. Okay, don't worry about it. I'm going to replace this cap. I had one from another Sega Saturn repair, and it was a cap that I didn't need to replace. So, it's okay. It's not a big deal. But it is a big deal if you're buying these. The idea of buying these cap kits, and I understand mistakes happen and things like that. Believe me, I make mistakes too. But it is frustrating when you buy, rather than piecing your own kits together and spending that time, you pay someone else to do it, but they really didn't do it either, regardless. Of course, they didn't intend to send you or not send you, but the fact remains that it's still an issue, right? Anywho, I apologize for that. And the reality is, I would wager that this cap is okay. As a matter of fact, why don't we test it? Oh. Let's see what we get here on the old LCR. Now I want to set this frequency close to 60. Let's do 100 hertz. Okay, and I want ESR, which is RP, okay. It's very low ESR. Okay, yeah, service your power supplies. Oh God. Oops. There. Okay, so let's get on with it. So we've got, I think, 4 caps left here. Or let's see. We got 3 caps left. Yep, we got 3 caps left. I've done all these 3. I've got 1, 2, and 3. And 4 and 5. Okay. We'll come back to those. Let's pull this baby out. Oh, there's it. Yep. Okay, right here, this little jewel. Let me zoom back in. Right there, C13. Turn this around, and C13. See, this is where you kind of gotta pay attention a little bit. So these are in vertically, which means I think it's these legs right here.
Yeah, well, how long it take you motherfuckers to cut a check?
I noticed some kits use higher voltage rated caps. If we want capacitance, is there any? Higher voltage is fine. That simply means that that capacitor can take that power and then some. So, for example, if there's a cap that calls for it to be 6.3 volts or 10 volts, and the cap is actually 16 or 20 volts that you're replacing it with, perfectly fine. And as a matter of fact, due to the DC, well, it's not a ceramic cap, so it's DC bias really isn't a thing, but because of the larger capacity for power, that cap probably will live a little bit longer because you won't be operating it so close to its limits. Alright, nice and easy in there. 1, 2, 3. Rotate this around in my hand. Where are we? Right there. Gotcha. 1, 2, 3. Swivel and pull. Thank you very much. Okay. Grab that little buddy. Pull her right out. Now this is a 47 microfarad 25 volt. Okay. Let's see. 47 microfarad. That's 220. It's 100. 47 microfarad. Okay, so here we go. Here's our 47 microfarad. Sorry guys if that's really not coming up too well, but I think you guys can see that. Okay. One and 2. Perfect. All right. Great. Let's see. Now we need these 2 little babies right here. Why would you ever replace the 100 volt Saturn power supply with a? Why would you ever use any sort of transformer converter if you're using it in the States? I don't understand why anyone would even think of doing that. You know what the difference is between 100 and 120 or 110 volts in the States? Not anything that's going to have an appreciable impact on this power supply. It may run a little bit warmer, and when I say a little bit, I mean a few degrees, if that. Let's see, where am I? Oh, I'm right here. But as far as replacing a Japanese power supply for an NTSC-U power supply, the grids are the same effectively. There's a few volts difference, and I just don't see the value in doing that. Period. Period. Good. Let me clip these, because they're a little wobbly. Okay, now this cap right here, okay, should just squeeze on out of there. Oh. I wonder what that... Let's see. So that cap comes out just like that. That is a 220 microfarad, 6.3 volt. Okay, this must be for the 5 volt supply, I guarantee it. But power supply recapping, very straightforward, very straightforward. Just take it. Okay, that was a... Okay, yeah, I desoldered the wrong via, which that's okay. That happens. But power supply recapping is very straightforward. Just do it one cap at a time. Again, I really don't recommend... I really don't recommend that you take all the caps off at once. Don't do that. Take them off one at a time, lockstep, because if you run into the problem that I just ran into, that's going to be problematic for you because you're going to get really confused and think that you've done something terribly wrong. No. Always, 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 when you have a few caps like that and it's manageable, do them one at a time. Now, when you get into higher volume stuff, which I'm about to get into, it makes sense. It makes sense to just take them all off and work on them as you go. I understand that totally. Ooh, that's nasty. Sorry guys, I'm sorry if I did that off camera a little bit. I had to get in here and pull this off. Now this is a 100 microfarad. A lot of filtering. A lot of filtering on the Saturn here. Okay, it's going to stuff in there just like that. And yes, we are going to clean this to a degree. Okay, now we've got 2 up here. These are the final 2 that remain. There are final 2 caps. So we'll go ahead and we'll stuff these. Pull these. I want that to soak nicely in. Soak. And one more to soak. Okay, so I want to come right in here. Okay, those should pop right out now. Ugh. Come on. One, and do we need to cut a lead? Maybe. Yep, so don't pull caps. See that curve? This is a great example. See this curve? About a pretty acute angle. Don't worry about it. Don't try to pull that through. Just use your tools. Cut that out, and then when you cut that little curve out, things just fall right out. You don't want to damage the traces. You don't want to damage these through-hole plated vias. You don't want to do anything like that if you don't have to. So that's just a little tip. Use those flush cuts. Okay. Okay. Let's wing these out. Okay. Okey-doke. Perfect. And we've got one more right there. Forward, but back. Okay. And this is, I keep pulling that. This is the final cap we got. Beautiful. All right, let's cut that off. And then what I'm going to do, a lot of this just isn't my mess and nastiness. This is just factory flux. But what I'm going to do, let's see what I have here. Oh, perfect. What we're going to do is we're going to clean some of this up. Now, you see all this discoloration? Well, that's okay. I'm just going to grab some of my homemade flux cleaner, and it doesn't take much. Let that sit for just about 10 seconds. Okay. Okay, great. Now down here, look at all this. You don't have to do that. This isn't necessary. As a matter of fact, flux residue can really kind of create a nice conformal coating to help protect from certain corrosives, such as leakage. But these caps are brand new. Everything here looks fantastic. Now I'm just going to come in here and sort of, for all intents and purposes, degrease power supply. It's professional, and especially if you're doing this as a service, clean it. You don't have to, but you know what it's going to look like under there, even if they don't. Now, if you look here nicely, okay. So, let's sit back for a minute and talk about it. What did we just do? Well, we just recapped the power supply. Is it a big job? No. Is it an overwhelming job? No. DN Bob, any trace can be fixed. It just depends on how willing you are to fix it. Guys, I'll be right back. I want to go pee. Give me a 3-minute break, 5 minutes at the most. Actually, give me like 20 seconds. I'll be right back, okay? Is it okay? Can I take a quick break? Thank you. Time to go drain my anaconda. Okay, I went upstairs and I peed because I didn't have soap outside to wash my hands. Usually after I pee, I'll take my 16-inch Anaconda and I will pee on my hands to sanitize them, and then I'll touch your consoles. But that, I didn't have the resources for that. So, okay, I'm back. We are back again, and we're done with the power supply. So I think we've talked about everything here that there is to really to talk about. Okay, just a nice run through. Okay, we're looking great here.
Yeah, well, how long it take you motherfuckers to cut a check?
Oh. Is the VA1 still good revision, or should I install my Finrare? The VA1's fantastic. The VA1 is okay. Really, as far as I'm concerned, things start getting hairy really after when you get into the VA7
Yeah, well, how long
territory.
it take you motherfuckers to cut a check?
Thanks for the sticker. Hey, Martin, thank you for, being Martin. Thank you. What's in your homebrew flux cleaner, or is that a trade secret? Actually, no, I've created videos on how to create that, and it's an old recipe that's really, it's no different. I have to be careful on how I say this, but the MG Chemicals flux remover and all those flux removers, it's really all the same stuff. And if you want to know how it's created, look at their material safety data sheet. But it's something that everyone on the internet has shared, and it's effectively it's methyl acetate, it's ethanol, it's isopropyl, and it's a dash of acetone. But Professor, if you're here, could you share that? Do you think one of the videos from either platform so people could see like how I make it? Thank you, Professor. Thank you for Professor. Okay, so that's the power supply. We're good here. We're in good shape. We can put this to the side. Now we're ready to continue with the breakdown, and I don't mean psychologically. That'll happen later. But here we have the rest of the Saturn. Now, I'm just going to take a moment to take the rest of the screws out. This is all very self-explanatory. I'm going to keep everything together. Now, this drive should come out in one assembly. Great. Excuse me if I'm burpy. I apologize for that. I'm just a young man. All right, so let's pop out some of these screws. Let's see. I think that's... Oh, there's one here that holds the shield in. Guys, sorry if you can't see this. I'm not going to super zoom in on that because there's really no value in doing that. You guys know how to pull screws out of a system. And real careful like, I'm just going to grab each side here, get these screws out so they don't cause problemos. Alright, and this should pull right out. Okay, here's the RF shielding for the front, or top I should say. Keep all the screws together. Now here's the plating. I'm going to put it over here out of the way. Just a few more screws left. These are the standoffs for the disk drive. They're also held in with Phillips bits. We're going to go ahead and move those out of the way. Sorry if my big fat arm's in the way. Okay. Okay, now the module here is just held in with one screw. Be careful not to damage the ribbon cable, the 20-pin cable underneath it. Pretty easy. Now when you get this, just like a RAM cartridge, grab on each side and just carefully lift up. But mind these locking tabs. I'll zoom in a little bit here because I think this is important. When you're pulling up on this, make sure you pull the plastic tabs out like that. Now I think on the, yeah, there's one on each side. See, there's one here too. So just pull forward like that. Okay. And pull forward right back here. Just a little bit with even pressure. There you go. Even on both sides. And pull just like that straight out. Evenly. Put even lifting pressure on both sides of that. Okay, so we've got the little VCD tray here. We'll just zip that out with this Phillips screw. There's a couple of them here. Okay, and I think there's just one screw in here in the bottom right-hand corner, and this board will be liberated, and we'll take a look at it. Okay, so... Oh, no, excuse me. I forgot the 2 front controller ports. Okay, I think that'll do it. Real gentle, real easy. Sometimes, let me see if I can... Come on out of there, screws. Okay. Just easier that way. Pull that back. It's a little slot. Put it anywhere. Just get it out of your way. Grab. And pull just like that. Get the bottom shell out of the way. That's perfect. Whew, we're there. Lots of caps. Let's zoom in a little bit here. Every cap on this board is surface mount with the exception of 2 filtering caps, which are here in the bottom left hand. We'll go ahead and remove those because they're through hole. And there's one cap, I think it's CE139 or 39 or 38, that's never populated. It's just, it appears to be just a decoupling capacitor. Or maybe not. No, I think it is a decoupling capacitor. Do you offer recapping consoles as a service, Voltar? And if not, who would you recommend, or would we don't feel like... I don't feel comfortable talking about recommendations right now, as far as like general purpose stuff. I do that privately. The problem is when I do that publicly, people get upset because I didn't mention them, and it's not a dig at anyone. It's just, you know, I'm not perfect and I can't think of everyone. So I don't offer that as a service anymore. Haven't for many years, but I'm sure you'll find somebody. Like, just stay away from eBay, and that's all I'm going to say. Stay the fuck away from eBay. Okay, so CE38 is not populated, so don't freak out about that. But what we have here are just surface mount SMD cans. These things are fucking horrible. And I can already see heat has gotten to this one. But these caps can have the appearance of being perfectly okay. I can assure you that most of them are not perfectly okay. I can assure you that most of these are in rough shape. Let's go ahead and let's remove these 2 bad boys right here. Now, these are both 330 microfarad caps at 6.3 volts. We know how to handle surface mount, so let's go ahead and do that. So we've got our little, we've got our footprints right here. Okay. Not a big deal. We're going to come right in here, and we're going to introduce some fresh solder. Okay, just like that. And we're going to hold this at an angle, so hopefully you guys can see. Okay, looks pretty good. I want to give this a 3 count. 1, 2, 3, swivel, pull. 1, 2, 3, swivel, and pull. Okay, that looks pretty good, I think. Well, we'll come back to that. Let's try this one. 1, 2, 3, pull. Not enough heat. Not enough heat there either. Well, let me see. Let me take a look. Okay, so we're going to use a technique here. Now, I want to talk about this with you. If we look at these caps, we can very clearly see that most of them here, except for that lead right there on the bottom, you can see it wiggling. We're free there. But we're not free there. This cap, where's my finger? This cap is not free at all. This cap only has 1 lead that's free. That's fine. Let me show you a technique. Some of these boards are thick. Some of these boards suck a lot of heat. We'll start right here. I'm going to zoom in just a bit. Here's the technique. I'm going to first add fresh solder back to this joint. Okay, just like that. Stop vibrating. God damn it, stop vibrating. I hate it when it does this. Okay. Here's the technique, and I'm going to put this at an angle so you guys can kind of see what's happening. Is that steep enough? I think that's steep enough. I want to come out of this a little bit. Probably to about right there. Okay, that's fine. This is a bridging technique that you can use with a hot air desoldering gun. And the idea is... That's really pissing me off. The idea is to introduce thermal mass, and to couple that thermal mass, it's going to vibrate like hell. I fucking hate this camera. I swear to God. Jesus Lord, in heaven's name I pray. Let me turn this off. The stupid... Hold on. Just give me a second. Let me turn off this stupid steady shot stuff. Hate it when it does it. Now, it shouldn't be doing that anymore. Great, it's not. It just might be a little shaky. The idea is to create a thermal bridge between the nozzle and the work site so that we can get more energy into this little spot. Because look at all this huge ground flood. See where my solder is? This is just a huge ground pour that's going to soak heat away. Okay? And we're not going to talk about the twisting method here because I just want to say this. I just want to say this for the record to 8-Bit Nation. I don't believe in the twisting method, and it's fine if other people want to use that, but I don't agree with it, and I've seen more damage than I've seen positive things come from the twisting method as far as people who are just learning a skill. Nobody in the industry twists surface mount components off of a board. That's just not how we do things. And I understand not everybody's really in the industry, but I'm telling you that I don't agree with that, and I'm not going to sanction that sort of nonsense here. I'm not making fun of anyone who uses it. I'm just telling you that's like asking Tony Hawk how he enjoys using his Walmart skateboard and not his birdhouse board. To me, it's just absolutely outrageous. Not that there's necessarily anything wrong with that Walmart skateboard, but we're not using junk here, okay? We're not using junk. It's junky. It's just amateur. And again, no offense. I'm not talking negatively about anybody who wants to mechanically stress components off of a board that's already quite fragile, but we're absolutely not going to be doing that here talking about it. Absolutely not. Okay, so we're going to create a thermal bridge. Now watch carefully. I'm not going to put my nozzle directly over this. I'm going to hold my nozzle at maybe around 60-degree angle. Watch. I'm leaving about really a 45, so there's a surface, so I can sneak solder into this. Now watch carefully. I'm going to sneak solder, and I've created this bridge. And I'll see this molten ball. Now watch. I'm going to wait 5 seconds. I'm going to close it up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and pull. All right. I think I might need to clean my. Iron. Let's see if that worked. If not, I'm going to go grab my other desoldering iron. I thought I cleaned this out already, but I will check it. No. Okay. Give me just a second. I'll grab the other iron. I'll grab the Hako because this thing, I thought I cleaned it. I don't think that I did thoroughly, but that's quite okay. Sorry about this, guys. I should have cleaned that in real time. Let's see. Can I plug it in over here just temporarily? I just need this on for a moment. Okay. Now I'm going to pull out the big boy. I'm going to pull out the 808 because it's been recently serviced, and I'm sorry I didn't service that. I could tell by the suction that it wasn't heating. It's not transferring the heat properly because the suction there's a lot of resistance into it onto the nozzle. That's okay. This will take about 40 seconds to heat up, and we'll continue. It's a good tune. Let's zoom back in on that part. Oh, we're in business now. Oops. Where are we? Right here? Okay. Yeah, let's come right in here. Matter of fact, let's just go ahead and grab both of these bad boys. Okay. That iron should be coming up to temperature. Just wait just a few more seconds. Now this bad boy should be serviced and ready to go. Yeah, we're ready to go. Okay, so we've got a heat bridge here that we're going to generate. Sorry guys if this is off a little bit, but it's difficult because I've got to be able to see. See, like I've created that heat bridge and I'm going to close it off. Watch, closing it off. Count to 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Apply heat and suction. How about that? Okay. Move on down the line. Once again, another heat bridge. 1, 2, 3, 4. Close it off. Wait another 2 seconds. 1, 2. Swivel. Pull. How about that? Nice huge pour connected to this. It's going to soak a lot of heat. Heat bridge. 1, 2, 3. Fell right out. Fell right out. So, whoops. Hold on. Let me pull this out. Whoops, 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 whoops. Let's get that back in frame so everyone can see what we just did. One second. We're done with the desoldering gun. I think we're done with the desoldering gun. Okay, so let's see if that cap is free. I hope it is because I just disconnected that gun. And absolutely, look at that. Ready to go. Come in here. Pulls out just like that. Whoa, 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 whoa. Take it easy. Hit that with a little IPA. Just like that. Nice and clean pulls. Very gentle. You've got to learn how to work with your tools. You would be surprised at how many people would see this, have a cap that's not clearing, and they'll yank it out with a pair of tweezers or even a pair of friggin' pliers. No, heat. Heat is the enemy, or actually, lack of heat is the enemy here. Create that heat bridge, increase that thermal mass so you can penetrate these thick pores. Look at this. This is all ground pour. That's all this is. This is all just huge ground pour that's going to pull all that heat away. And look at these thermal reliefs. Like that thermal relief, to our credit, that thermal relief right here is very small, but still it's enough to soak the heat off on the bottom layer. Much larger relief here as this trace is connected. Whoops. Fatly. Okay? So that's how that works. Now, let's not put those caps in just yet. Let's just get them out of the way. Let's get everything out of the way. And let's get back to the board. Now, we're going to start. We are going to start. Give me just a second. I need to find a heat shield. This will work just fine. We are going to begin the process of uncapping. Now, I am going to use hot air. Hot air exists for a reason. Hot air exists so that we can work with surface melt components. What I am not going to do is I'm not going to take a cap, or I'm not going to instruct you guys to take a cap, take a pair of pliers or flush cuts, and twist this off. Absolutely not. Absolutely not under no circumstances. We're not going to do that. No way. Terrible. Terrible. That goes against... That is just unconscionable to me. People can disagree, and that's okay. But we're not going to be doing that here. So, I'm going to set my hot air rework station to 300 degrees. I'm going to back this out. And the trick to hot air, and the problem that I see, And the reason people don't like it is because they just don't really know how to use it properly, in my opinion. They're going to put hot air, and they're just going to heat up the dielectric and the electrolytic fluid by jamming heat directly into the cap. That's not the purpose, and that's not what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to gently, gradually ramp up the heat of the main board and not necessarily jam heat into the capacitor. What's important is not that the capacitor gets superheated. What's important is that the board gets heated to the point to where solder can just get to that molten point so you can lift caps off. I've seen people take, let me see if I can find a pair of tweezers here that I want to use. I've seen people take tweezers and they'll just hold heat onto the part and they'll just wait. Guys, that's a horrible practice, and I'm going to show you exactly what I'm talking about in terms of how to remove. We're going to start with this cluster. I think that's all in frame pretty well. Yeah, we're going to start with this cluster of caps right here, and I'm going to turn my heat on. And you're going to watch. I'm going to be about 6 inches off. Just wait a few seconds. Okay. You're going around the perimeter. Don't put heat on the chip. Don't put heat on the caps. Go around the perimeter. That's not how this works. Okay, look, I am not burning anything. I am not superheating the board. We're gradually raising this temperature. Now, I'm going to start coming in here a little deeper. Okay? Still not too hot. Take your time. Okay, I'm going to wait and do this for another 10 seconds or so. 5 or 6 seconds. And now I'm going to start bringing the heat in close. And I'm heating around. I am not heating anything directly. I am heating the board. This large ground plane that you see, that's really what's being heated. Everything else is just going to be radiation. This chip is not going to be superheated. Absolutely not. So now I'm going to start coming in here. I'm going to start getting close. Spending some time on each side. Notice I'm going to each side of the capacitor. I'm not putting heat directly onto the cap. I'm going to each side. We're not superheating anything. We're taking our time. I would actually be a lot faster of doing this, but I'm showing you as somebody who's new and as somebody who probably doesn't have the experience of working with hot air, best practices for an easy and gentle experience. Now we're going to get in here. Now I'm going to start coming on each side like this. I'm going to work with these two. Everything's heated now. This is going to hold its temperature. I'm going to come right over here. Notice where my nozzle is. It's never on top of this chip. It's never on top of these caps. Watch carefully. I'm going to come right in here. 1, 2. Now there's not enough heat over here. Watch. See? That's because the board's cool. It's barely getting up to temperature. It's barely getting up to a molten state. Now look at these caps. Nothing. But absolutely the only temperature that's necessary. We are not superheating anything. I'm coming over here. I'm not putting heat on this chip. I'm not putting heat on this cap. I'm heating the main board. And I'm only heating it to the point to where I need to take off caps. Look at this. There's no damage here. There's no thermal overloading. I'm coming to each side of the board in these empty areas, these empty planes. Now watch carefully. I want to take my heat off this. It's ready. This is how hot air is supposed to be used. This chip didn't get superheated. None of this stuff got superheated. The chips were barely to the temperature necessary to be pulled. Okay? So, let me ask you. Let me just stop for a second. And watch this. Watch this. I can touch this. I can touch this. It's not holding temperature. See this PLL? Watch this. It's not getting superheated, guys. You have to learn how to use hot air. That's just an industry standard tool that, unfortunately, I'm going to speak very candidly, very few people in the modding circles, let's call them, They really understand the utility of this. Okay? Does this make sense to you? You're going to pop this chip? No, look at my finger. Look at my finger. Boom. Nothing. Okay? I'm stopping for a second so I can answer any questions. Any questions about hot air? This is far less offensive than taking a pair of tweezers in here and literally rotating a chip, or I'm sorry, rotating a capacitor off of the board. That is much more so mechanically egregious than properly using a tool that was designed specifically for this purpose. Okay? I'll wait I'll just wait another minute to see if anyone has any questions before we go on. Do you at least understand what I'm talking about? Did that make sense to you, what I just did? There is no 8-bit Andy. There is no scenario. There are very few scenarios. I can't think of any compelling scenario where I would have you mechanically snip or rotate and twist any sort of capacitor off of the board. Okay. So I have just these angled. This is just an angled surface mount. It's just an angled surface mount. Hot air nozzle with a calibrated 300 degrees. You never see the nozzle directly on a component half an inch away. We heated the planes and we let the radiation carry that out to just get that solder to probably around 220 degrees. That allowed us to pull these caps. If the board starts shifting, if the solder resist starts shifting color, one of two things happen. You're either caramelizing flux that's on the board, or you have way overheated the board and you're scorching it. Okay, hold on. Okay, see, I have to block idiots like that. That offers nothing and it's not funny. Okay? I want him blocked. I want James Jams blocked. Immediately. Okay, so we all understand. Let's do something a little more dangerous. Let's remove. We've got all these surface mount connectors here. Oh my god, look, we've got plastic here. We've got plastics. All right. What are we going to do? Well, I'm going to move my heat shield here to protect. So first of all, I just have an N64. I just have an N64 bottom RF shield, and that's just to protect my ESD surface. That's all that's doing. But I'm going to come right into here. And we're going to work in an area that's got some sensitive components. We have some plastic interconnects here. We've got our cartridge ports here. Can we do it? Can we heat these appropriately? We can and we will. Watch carefully. Once again, I'll leave this in here. Well, I'll take it out. I don't want that in there because it may get in the way. But we've got these connectors here. Now watch carefully. Here we go. Heating the board slowly. Now look at my iron. Look at the distance here. That's about 5 inches. Okay? And I'm not putting the heat on the ports. I'm not putting the heat on any of the plastic. I'm going around. Look, I'm going around. Look at all this plane that's going to soak up heat. This plane is going to soak up heat, and it's going to transfer, thermally conduct into all the adjacent and neighboring areas. Now I'm just slowly heating. Look, not too hot. Look at this chip. My hand's right on it. My finger's right on it. Okay? The 68K is not being overheated. We're coming in here very gently. Okay? Nice and easy on these components. Okay? Not putting heat on top of anything.
Not putting heat on top of anything. We are, watch, I am literally going to the sides. Now we're going to do this another 4 seconds, and watch. If you want to start probing, grab. Look, 1. Come off of it. Not yet, but another 3 seconds. 1, 2, 3, come off of it. 2. Not yet. 2 seconds. Come off of it. Not yet. 2 more seconds. Come off of it. You're controlling the heat. You're only putting the energy necessary. Watch my finger. Watch, my finger's on this. You're only putting the energy necessary to heat the surface so that the solder just goes molten for just the amount of time that you need to. And probing it with the tweezers to see if the solder's in a pull state, that's how you determine how hot things are getting. And if you noticed, I was counting how many seconds it was going to take because I understand how this works and I know how quickly the temperature is going to ramp up and it's going to ramp down. This connector, look, my fingers are on it. No melting. This connector, no melting, not hot. Saturn port. Look, this metal, because of the way I was doing the heat, my fingers are on this. Not a big deal. Okay? It's not a tremendously big deal. Does that make sense? Are you getting it? Does it make sense to you? I'm taking a lot of time to talk about the reworking and the removal of surface mount components, capacitors specifically, because guys, a lot of people won't tell you, though I've seen plenty of people come in here and they either message me or you see it on the internet, well, I tried to twist the cap off and because I didn't do it exactly right, I have lifted traces and can I pay you to fix my Turbo Duo? Can I pay you to fix my Jaguar CD unit? Can I pay you to fix my Macintosh? The list goes on and on of things that have been. It's just this is safe. Learn how to properly use learn how to use reworking equipment properly that's designed for this, and stop supplementing proper technique and good tools for just shit technique. This is fucking shit. I'm just telling you right now, that's shit. I'm going to be an elitist about it because I don't want to see anyone damage their hardware. And can you damage your hardware can you damage hardware with hot air? Absolutely you can. But the trick is not to be a fucking idiot. That's the trick. Can I see how you set your rework station? There's nothing to see, guy. It's 300 degrees, calibrated with 60% airflow. That's all it is. I'm telling you, there's no tricks to this. There are no tricks. These caps are old. These caps are literally 30 years old. They're volatile. They are just as prone to pop and to popcorn as anything. These caps are leaking. But guess what? That doesn't really matter. As long as you're heating the solder and not the cap. Look, I'm going on each side of this. As long as you heat the solder and not the cap, very gradually and only to the point where the solder goes plastic, you don't have anything to worry about. Now, how do I know that nothing's being hurt? Watch. This is not ready to come off. That means that we're not even at melting temperature. I'm just coming to the sides. I want to come down here too, just so we can get some radiation through here. That's it. That's literally it. Where am I going to put this? I'll put this right here. Okay. Here we got Big Bertha up here. Check this out. Well, let me readjust. Okay, look at these two large 100 microfarad 6-volters right here. I'll grab them both. I'm going to slowly come up here. Mind you, we've got a plastic connector here. I want to come right up here. I'm going to start. If I hit the button, I want to start gradually heating this. I'm way off the board. And I'm nowhere near this plastic connector. I've got my air angled. I'm going to each side. And I'm heating the board. It's all about radiating heat. It's all about the thermal radiation is really what we're talking about. We're not superheating these pads. I mean, we're not superheating these caps. We're not superheating any component on this. This is an even distribution of heat. And I would rather spend the extra little time, if there is any extra time, doing this than coming in here with flush cutters and either cutting or twisting. Now I'm going to start getting in close, and in about another 8 seconds we'll have these pulled. Not quite. Okay. Come off the heat. How are we? Not quite. Nice thick ground pour here. Look, I'm going to heat. I'm going to heat this ground pour so this heat will radiate into this cap. And it'll radiate into everything else smoothly. Just like that. Did you see that? I heated the area here. Okay, not a problem. Not a big deal. Now we've got a large cluster of caps. Look right here. These sensitive caps up here, right by the cartridge connector. Whatever will we do? We'll remove them with hot goddamn air. That's what we're going to do. Billy? Let's sort of make a little... Okay. Don't need a heat shield here. Don't need anything here to protect this. I'm not going to put heat in this cartridge slot. The plastic's not going to be compromised. I've got... Guys, look at this. I have this huge ground pour here. I've got all of this board surface that I can heat, that I can use to transfer any of this energy from my hot air rework station. I just scored the board. I can use all of this to input heat into these components that I need to remove without getting too hot and without temperatures getting excessive anywhere. So, these two caps, we've got a rubber button here. This thing can easily get cooked if we're not smart. I want to come in here, keeping the heat away from the cartridge port. I'm going to slowly take about 7 seconds here. Okay, not a big deal. Okay, now I'm going to start moving in. Let's heat these areas. Heat these areas. Okay, I'm going to do this for about 8 seconds. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Now I'm going to start probing. Not quite. That's good. That means we're not putting too much heat in this. That means that our board isn't even hot enough for the solder to go molten. And as soon as I know that solder's gone molten, I take the heat comes off. Heating the board. Look, I'm heating the center. Okay? Take your time. These are huge grounds. Huge grounds. And that heat is going to take just a bit of time. Now look at that. Is this ready? I don't know. I'm going to come off the heat right now. Not yet. Just enough. In another 3 seconds, I guarantee. 1, 2, 3. Come off the heat. You've got to have it down. You've got to understand your hot air, and you've got to understand how that hot air is going to disperse. And when you know that and you have that down, you can literally count down to the seconds of just how much heat you need and when to take that heat off. Nothing's damaged here. That port wasn't... Look, here's my finger. Look, the plastic, not even touched. Not even touched. Okay? It's warm, but this isn't molten. Okay? We have a cluster of components here that we have to remove. Let me stretch for a minute. Oh my goodness, guys, I'm sorry I can't keep up with the chat. I'm just trying to stay alive. But let me pay attention to the chat. Am I still making sense? Fundamentally, do you agree or disagree here? Okay? Let's keep going. That's in frame, and we got a cap down here. We won't worry about that. Let's focus on the cluster capacitors here. So, well, let's talk about the caps, right? Let me grab one. Let's look at the most sensitive part of these. We can grab it. That's a cap we removed. Do you see any... Now, there's some flux on there, but do you see any damage to the plastic pedestal that this cap's set on? Is it melted? Is it deformed? No. If we didn't deform or melt the plastic pedestal of the surface mount cap, you can rest assured that none of the silicon in any of these chips ever got overheated or hot enough to really damage anything. Okay? Having said that, let's pull out. Now, most of these caps, by the way, these are all, for the most part, AC coupling video caps. S-video, composite video, red, green, blue. I think composite syncs on this too. Or Chroma and Luma, excuse me. S-video, Chroma and Luma. I think they're both coupled with a 220 microfarad. I can't remember. Anywho, let's work on it. Let's do it. Let's have relations with our hot air rework station. So here we go. Got some air here. Again, about 5 inches up. Slowly bring everything up and just sort of preheat it. We don't want to delaminate the board by injecting heat like that. Don't ever do that. Get heat in this ground. See this ground plane here? Get heat in this. All that heat is going to move over. All this heat, it's all going to spread out evenly. Okay? Come to the edges. Don't come on top of these memory modules. Don't come on top of these chips. Come to the edges. Edges. And never stay in the same place. We're heating everything. Slowly. I can put my finger on this. It's heating, but I'm not cooking yet. Alright, so let's start. We've got a good baseline heat. Let's start with these little babies right here. Now I'm going to start going around the perimeter. Okay, another 4 seconds of this, because I'm heating a large surface area. And I'm going to let that energy... Look, I'm coming over here. I'm coming way over here. I'm letting that energy get into place. Letting that energy move in to my anus. Okay, now we've made a perimeter. Let's start pulling caps. I can tell we're getting close. Another 3 seconds. 1. Let that energy get into position. Let it get into position. Slowly heating the entire board. Heating here. Not this chip. Heating here. Take the heat off. How much energy do we have? Almost enough. Another 3 seconds and this cap will come. 3. Off the heat. 1. 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, off the heat. Okay, heat the empty areas. One, 2, not yet. This part of the board's cold. Look, it's so cold that we don't have the thermal energy to even melt the solder here. 1, 2, 3. Come off the heat. Still don't have the energy in there. Do you see how we're controlling the heat? Heat this ground plane. Let it creep into this area. Heat over here. Comes right off. Well, final cap. Now this is all pretty well heated, so this shouldn't take very long. Look, I'm heating these traces. I'm not heating this cap. Don't boil the goddamn capacitors. Okay? Another 3 seconds. 1, 2, 3. Come to the edges. Don't put the heat on top of the cap. We're ready to go. That's it, guys. That's all there is to that. We're finished. All of these caps. Now, we took a lot of breaks, and I slowed things down to thoroughly explain things to you guys. But, ultimately, it's not a big deal. And look at these. They're not damaged. These caps are not damaged at all. Nothing was overheated. Okay? Oh, shit. Forgot about that little juicy specimen right there. Heating the planes on each side of this. Look very carefully. Watch. I'm heating the planes. Look, this is not hot. This is not overcooked. I really want to emphasize this because there's a lot of just misinformation about hot air. And it's a tool like anything else, and in the wrong hands, it can be absolutely devastating. But in the right hands, it can be absolutely, probably the most effective tool that we have in our toolbox for surface mount stuff. Hot tweezers, I think, are a total waste in 80% of cases. Very rarely will hot tweezers serve you and work properly, even for that matter. Even an expensive Hako set, I've got them all. We could talk about that. Okay, let me just sit back here for a minute, and I'm going to take a small break. But we have decapped the board. We have absolutely decapped the board. With the exception of this little cap, which should we go ahead and do, or should we wait? Tell me. Hot tweezers aren't as good. And I'll use this as an example. Hot tweezers have a tendency to make much more of a mess because hot tweezers are okay if you're working in areas where you have a lot of space around the component. Like here, hot tweezers, depending on the size of the arms, probably aren't going to interfere or affect any of the neighboring components. But when you get into a situation where you have densely packed and densely populated components like this, you're going to spend so much time navigating, trying not to mar up certain things and not to disturb certain things just to take off. If I had to, for example, okay, let's assume that in these 3 caps, this cap was here, but I only wanted to replace this cap. Try getting a pair of hot tweezers to make contact, assume these are hot tweezers, with these 2 pads without marring up the plastic on this cap or this cap. It's very difficult. It's extraordinarily difficult. This is absolutely one of those things where you have to practice, and you have to develop a skill set. You have to develop an ability. You just can't do this, by looking at it and saying, well, I saw what he did, now I'm going to replicate that. No, guys, believe it or not, this is something that requires repetition. You've got to habituate this stuff. At any rate, I think I've said everything that I need to say about hot air. While I'm here, I will go ahead and I will bounce this off. But do you guys have, you have any questions concerning hot air technique? Anything at all? One final cap. Nice and easy. Okay, that's ready, I think, almost. Perfect. Anything. Sorry, I'll pay attention to the chat. What questions have you? How high of a temperature would you recommend? So, I think that 300 degrees to 315 degrees calibrated, because some of that temperature is going to drop just through the delta or through the ambient temperature, especially the further away you are from the hot air being produced to the surface that you're trying to heat. I would say 315 degrees to 300 to 315 calibrated degrees in Celsius is perfect. Okay. The newer systems use lead-free solder. More flux and heat is needed to replace SMDs. 300 degrees, I can show you right now, with any sort of leaded chemistry that was used in the 90s, it's going to be just as easy to do those systems as it was to do this. 100%. Absolutely. You don't need to bathe these things in flux or anything like that. Again, I think maybe we just need to have a surface mount workshop rather than like doing surface mount level work on a Sega Saturn. Okay? I think, maybe. So, you know, look, so the idea is, as far as temperatures that violate, like, the electrolytic fluid, what you really need to do is you need to look at the data sheets for a lot of these capacitors. But I'm saying that there's a peak temperature time and there's a peak dwell time. Okay, these are two different factors. Like if you had like a two-dimensional, if you had like an X and Y graph, let's say that temperature goes up the X-axis and time that it can sustain that temperature is on the Y-axis. It's important to put just the least amount of heat that's necessary for the least amount of time that's necessary. And with the way that you work with hot air, you have the ability to do that effectively, especially if you're doing a recap job and you're not interested in saving any of those components. There's a lot less consideration that you really need to make because everything's being wiped anyways. Now, I'll ask you, these caps are from 94. Some of them were very rotted and very, very questionable, obviously. How many did we boil off? How many popcorned? And how many melted and blew up on the board out of, gosh, how many caps are on the Sega Saturn? At least 25, 30? How many? How many did we get? How many did we pop off the board and nearly go blind from? Let's count them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. There's about 30 caps. 31. We'll say 30 caps. Okay, so let's talk about cleanup. Well, that's very simple. I am going to start right here in the center. And I'm going to use some simple tools. I'm going to use, now my flux remover can also neutralize any corrosive dielectric found in caps. Watch this. We have unspent flux here, and there could be some leakage, but all I'm going to do is I'm going to show you very basic tools you can use. I am just going to go over these. Sorry guys if that was a little off camera. I'm just going to come over here. I sprayed the wrong caps. And I'm just going to come in here with my flux cleaner. There is no rot here. These are in fantastic shape. Same here. There's just some unspent flux. I don't see any rot. Okay. Very easy. Okay, how about that? Doesn't have to be super perfect. We're just cleaning these areas. Right. Come right up here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Can I get them all in frame? I think so. Let me just back out a bit. That's pretty good. Okay. Some good soaks in there. Now I'm just going to take this Q-tip and I'm just going to start rolling off. Rolling off this crap that's on here. Doesn't take much. Okay. Looking pretty good. Okay, so I think we're in pretty good shape now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take... I want to remove... This is all pretty healthy, and this is not super de-duper necessary, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove the surface layer of solder from these pads, and I'm going to do that simply by, oh, let me see, where is my... Here we go. Flux. I'm going to come in here. Now I've cleaned this. I'm going to add just a bit of flux to these pads, not much. If you want to control flux, just manually add it to the pads that you're going to be working with. Great. Add a bit of flux here. Now I'm going to add a little flux to my ribbon. Now watch carefully. I'm going to come in here and I'm going to use this braid to clean up. Now I'm going to come right in here and make sure you guys can see this. I think I'm in frame. Okay, wait a moment. Don't move it until you start seeing some wicking. Now I'm starting to see some wicking, and I'm going to move it over here. And I'm going to slowly glide down over here. Hold on. Let me turn that around. There we go. Okay, let's try that again. Okay, here we go. Now watch carefully. Okay, don't press hard. Don't press. Just let the iron glide. Use your left hand to pull the braid and control the direction with the iron being under the braid. That is the whole trick to this. Okay, now we're going to come right in here. And I'm going to go right across these. Well, you can't see. I'm sorry. We're going to come right across these components. See very carefully what we're going to do here. We're going to come right here. Okay, and I'm going to come right across. Just float it gently. Pulling the braid to the left with my left hand here. Nice and easy. Okay, cleaning these pads. Cleaning these pads. Come right up here. Same deal. I'm going to hit that one again real quick to make sure I got good coverage. I sure did. Okay, come right in here. 1, 2, 3. Look at this. Nice and easy. How about that? Okay. Pull gently. Don't tug anything, and don't push down. You don't want to take the chance of this catching, getting cold and catching, and you rip a pad. Be very gentle and be very slow. Okay. Let's see. Right up here. Go ahead and clip some of this excess off. Okay, we're going to use the belly because there's a lot of thermal mass right here. Now watch all this just get wicked up beautifully. Over here, back it down, come through here, nice. Here. Beautiful. Beautiful. All right, great job. Let's grab these caps right here, and I think I've got enough flux on here on my, oh yeah, we're looking great. All right, so bring this down, great. Oh, sorry guys, I'm very sorry. You couldn't see that, could you? Okay, you don't want to scorch this board with too much heat. You just want to do a good job without being, without it being too much. Now I'll just do just a drop of flux there. Add flux as a preparatory step before you do anything. Now watch this. Just come across, up and down like that. Beautiful. Super clean. Let's grab these two big filters right over here. Okay. Again, it's easy just to add just a little bit of flux there. That makes all the difference. It turns a cheap braid into a phenomenal braid because look at that. It's beautiful. Over here. Okay. Very nice. Let's cut this down. Let me hit that. Wait. Grab that again. Okay. Let's see what we have. Do we have anything? Oh, here we go. Now we've got some... Now CE38, if I remember correctly, it's never populated, and it's not ever populated. So I'm just going to go ahead and add a little flux here, 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 here. Sorry guys, I'm doing this off camera a little bit just to save myself a little bit of time. Great. Okay, that's all that's left. So I'm going to come right into here, and we're going to clean it. We're going to continue cleaning these pads. Trust me, it's worth doing this. It makes your life so much easier. Watch carefully. We're just going to float across like that. Beautiful. Right in there. Beautifully done. Okay. Right in here now, we've got a cluster of caps that we need to clean out and get ready for moving. Come across. Okay, let's move up here so you guys can see this. So, is somebody asking about my tips? This is a J-series tip, and I'm using the belly of the tip. You guys can't really see this, but I'm using the belly of this tip. This is one of my favorite tips to use as a general purpose, and as far as cleaning pads, it's very ideal because the bottom or the belly of the tip has a tremendous amount of surface area. So it's easy for me to come in here and just to sort of work this off without having any tugging or any sort of having any cold spots in the braid. See, watch, I can come right across this beautifully and just lift off like that, and that's very nice and clean. Come right in here. Using the belly of that tip, laying that belly flat against the workspace like that, and that's cleaned. Now we're going to come down here, and these are really all that's left. So 1, 2, let's go ahead and slide this on down. 3, 4, 5. Beautiful. Beautifully done. And I think there's one final cap right here. There sure is. Easier said than done, said my great-grandma Ethel, who died of gonorrhea. Alright, so that's all good. Okay, so we've cleaned the areas. Let's go ahead and clean them again. Okay, so we have a nice clean surface to work with, so that's really simple. I'm just going to do this overhead here, zoomed out. You don't need to see this. Let's just get any sort of flux off the board here that we may have introduced. Cleaning this up. Doesn't have to be perfect, but it just makes things easier. Okay, I'm just going to clean these pads now that we've prepped them here by removing any residual solder, or most residual solder, so we can use our own solder system. And it gives us a nice landing here to work with when we actually go to recap. Now recapping here is it's It's very straightforward, but there's some things to consider. Okay, now that's all nice and clean. Now if we look at our sights. Nice and clean. Everything looks good. You know, it doesn't have to be perfect, but let's just make sure that we are good and clean, and we are. So, let's talk about it. Okay, what questions do we have? Do we have any questions? Do we have any sort of things here that we need to talk about? Or let me sort of scroll up here. Not with the revisions with through-hole caps. Many VA0s and VA1s still work, but black screen faults occur from time to time. If this is occurring, it is recommended to... Yeah. So, this is a VA0, just to sort of help dispel any misinformation. VA0s have surface mount caps. This is a VA0. I can prove that by coming over here and showing you VA0. VA0s are... They drop like flies, and many of them, most of them, I would say at this point, are not 100% functional because they have caps that have failed, they're leaking, they're bulging. Many of these caps on this unit were domed, and absolutely, the chemistry of the caps from the early 90s, especially in the Sega Saturn and Sega CD, those capacitors, if they will turn on you and they will explode if you don't treat them, with respect when you're doing this. I would highly encourage anyone who owns any Sega Saturn to recap it, but most certainly anyone who owns a VA0, VA.5, VA.0.8, any Saturn that uses surface mount caps, get to recapping it. Don't wait. Trust me. Okay? So, let's hope that the Console 5 kit comes complete and there's nothing missing. Now, I removed all these caps, and I'm going to be going one by one here. Oops. That one dropped out on me. Now, we have a series, because I'm imagining that the VA0... This handles VA0, VA0.5, and VA1. So we may have a few extra caps here. That's quite okay. So that this cap kit can satisfy all these revisions. I'm going to move them out of the way. And what we'll start with are the bottle caps. That's what they look like. They look like Coke bottle caps. Right here, they're through-hole. These are the only through-hole caps on the board. So let's go ahead and let's replace these right here in the corner before we start talking about surface mount technique. So very simple, you guys. We've done this already a bunch. We've got the polarity here marked on the board. Okay, let's push that down in there. Let's push that down in there. Great. Okay, let's turn this upside down. And let's find out where we go. We go right here. See these leads? Okay, let's go ahead and solder these caps into position. These are filtering caps. Don't want to use that iron. These are filtering caps that filter out the power coming off of the power supply. And I'm just going to come in here very gently. Okay, like that. There's one. Give that just a few seconds because that's a thick ground. 2. That wasn't a thick ground, it's just a thick trace. Okay, see, that's not taking heat. That needs a few more seconds. 3. And 4. Perfect. Now we'll go ahead and we'll cut these flush. That's it. Okay, great work. Our recapping journey has already started. We're looking great. So, where do we go from here? You know what? Let me fix something real quick. Let me see if I can... I didn't like the way that settled. Let me see if I can come in here and... That's better. I like that much better. Yeah, like that much better. Okay. The only two surface mount, or the only two through-hole capacitors we have replaced. Now, we are going to put all of our capacitors very neatly into position here, and I'm going to choose carefully where I want to start recapping, and I think I'm going to start right here. So we've got CE47 and CE48 and CE35. I've got a cap map right here. 47 and 48 are 1 microfarad cap, so I'm going to look to find them. They're right here. These are 1 microfarad 50-volt caps. Let me get out some tweezers. Okay. What I'm going to do is I'm going to turn this to its right, turn it 90 degrees to the left so you guys can see this. The way I like to handle surface mount components is very simple. I'm going to start by tinning only one leg, or one pad of each component footprint. Now watch carefully. I'm going to come right in here, and I am going to tin this, and I'm going to tin this. Now, the other part that I'm going to do, and this is what I suggest for everybody so that you get good wetting, is we're just going to take a drop of flux. Doesn't take much. And I'm going to grab the cap and I'm going to look at the polarity. Now, the flat side of the footprint right here, the non-chamfered side, this is negative. This is negative, this is negative. So the stripe needs to be heading in that direction too. So I'm going to grab this cap and I'm just going to put it in position. I'm going to put it in position, and when I get it in position, watch carefully. I'm first going to superheat with great energy the solder, and I'm going to advance this in. Now watch carefully. I'm going to try to do this sort of on camera, but watch. Heating it and very quickly advancing this in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let go. Look at that beautiful joint. Now over here we have this beautiful area. It's going to be beautiful. It's going to be glorious. And we're going to work on that in a minute, but let's repeat that process. We're going to take our cap. We're going to grab it. We're going to get it in position. Make sure everything's lined up nicely, which it is. Okay? 1, 2, 3. So here we go. I want to clean my tip first of all. It's getting a little muddy there. There we go. I'm going to superheat the I'm going to super duper heat the solder. Slide this in. Slide, slide, slide right there. Come off of it. Look at that joint. Both of those joints are gorgeous. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to come over here and I'm going to show you guys what it looks like on the other side. Now that looks really good. I might grab this and just twist it a little bit here just to make sure we're on the footprint, which we are. Now look at that. Perfect alignment. You can either directly add solder, or you can without flux, or if you want to be super sure, just a drop. Just a drop. It doesn't take much. Now watch carefully. I'm going to zoom in nice on this. Now watch carefully. Clean your tip. I'm going to take the... Good Lord. Where's my cleaner at? Hold on just a second, my friends. Oh. I'm going to take my J-Series tip. Now this is why the J-Series tip is so good. I'm not going to use the tip of this tip. I'm going to use the belly. And to do that, watch this. All I have to do is turn the tip. That's all it takes. Now watch carefully. I'm going to come in here. I'm going to put the solder in position. And I'm going to take my tip and I'm just going to turn it so that the belly is exposing. The belly is going to mate with the pad. Now watch carefully. 1, 2, 3. Watch. Boom. That's how that's done. Using the belly of the tip, getting great wetting and a great fillet. Watch again. Come right in here. 1, 2, 3. We got the solder on the tip. Now watch carefully. 1, 2, 3. Off the tip. Doesn't get any cleaner than that. That is an absolutely for sure, surefire way of doing great rework with surface mount that doesn't superheat the cap. We're not hot airing caps back on. Please, God, don't ever do that. But that is the most effective, clean, and gentlest way of doing this. Now we've got CE 35. I'm going to come in here very carefully. Now watch. Very carefully. Preheat or pre-tin that pad. Oh, I did CE 15. Sorry. Wrong cap. We'll get there. CE 35 right here. Just like that. We'll apply. That's literally all it is. You probably couldn't even see the flux I put on there. Now CE 35 is a 47 microfarad capacitor. So let's see where those are. They're right here, okay? Right here. Where am I at? Oh, right here. See, 47s. These are 47s, and that's what we'll be putting into place. And guys, if I'm going too slow and if this is getting redundant, if you just want to see me recap it, just let me know right now in chat, and I'll stop explaining what I'm doing if you guys get the gist of it. You just want to see if you just want to see it happen. Okay. Once again, get the cap in position before you do anything, which is what we got here. Okay, let's superheat. Push, 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 push in, push in, push in, push in, push in, right there. Off the heat. Just like that. Okay. Don't have to use the flux, but you can. I'm just going to come in here and see how well we do. How much oxidation do we got here? Not much. Perfect. Okay. All right. Let's see. What do we got here, guys? We got CE16 right here. Already prepped this one because I thought this was the one we were working on earlier. Let's zoom in there, make sure we get nice and focused. Oh, by the way, I was going to ask, how is are the cameras looking okay? Or is the camera looking okay, I should say? 10 microfarad. Here we go. Like, are the shots okay? Camera looks good? Okay, great. So, a lot of you are asking, I'm sure some of you are thinking, not a lot of you, some of you are thinking, why did you just shotgun this thing and not sort of troubleshoot its problems on the component level? Well, there's a reason for that. I want to make sure that the system's in tip-top shape before I start adjusting or troubleshooting anything. And if the bulk of the caps are over 30 years old and they're already in a state of failure, why would I not just go ahead and level the playing field by recapping everything, getting it ready to go, and then I don't have to worry about, oh geez, I wonder if it's a cap issue. Because we very well may run into a problem that we need to address, and that's okay. That's not on the cap level, but chances are we'll probably be okay with just a recap. CE18 and CE19 right here. Okay. Those two capacitors are 100 microfarad, 100 microfarad, 6.3 volters, which are right here. Okay, just a drop. And again, the flux... Ooh, there's a pube on this. I must have been touching myself earlier. The flux isn't super necessary, but the flux makes the wetting process so much more efficient when sliding these in. And the other reason why we clean these pads is so that there's not a mound of solder, so that these things can lay perfectly flat against the board. My cap job is going to be better than any surface reflow from the factory. You can bet your bottom. You can bet your bottom on that one. So I'm going to slowly advance that in. My hand got stuck. Sorry about that. Back this out. 1, 2, 3, and 4, like that. Perfect. Now the problem with some of these caps, and I want to talk about this. Let me show you guys something, okay? If I can find one. I don't know. Give me just a second. It'll be worth it. I promise. There'll be something here. Oh, my back. Okay, I want to show you guys something. This is the cap that we're putting on there. This is the cap that Console 5 sells us. This is the cap that comes off the board. A lot of people think that the caps that are sold with the new kits are larger and they're hard to put on. They're not larger. They're exactly the same size. You have, with the larger cans, you have very little real estate of exposed. Let me turn this around so you guys can see. There's very little. Put all this crap away. There is very little exposed pad here. Where's my finger? Pull my finger. Wait. Where are we? Right here. Look. That's literally all the pad that we have. You have to be extraordinarily precise. So that's one thing that you need to keep in mind. Okay? When you're doing the larger cans, like the 100 microfarads, the 220 microfarads, keep in mind that you really got to make sure you scoot. You got to scoot this end of the cap as far forward as you can, because look how much real estate we have. We have nothing. There's very little here. And I would encourage you, if you're doing this, go ahead and on these where there's such little surface area, apply some flux. Now we'll take our J-series tip here, and we'll go ahead and we'll work this in. But watch carefully. There is very little, and I mean you can see it. There is very little real estate here. So I'm going to put this in place, and I'm going to make sure that flows beautifully, and it does like that. That's it. We are in there beautifully. Do you have any thoughts on the tweezer soldering irons for removing SMDs? I think I've talked about that until I'm blue in the face. No offense to you on this, but we have talked about that, and yeah, I do. And God, I don't want to get into it again. Sorry. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be rude, but we've discussed that at length today. I appreciate the question nonetheless. Okay, so here is 100 microfarad SMD number 2. Again, use your tweezers. They're your best friend. Get in here. Get this pad hot. And remember, we've got to scoot this piece of shit basically all... Damn it. We've got to scoot it all the way over to about right here. It's not easy. Okay, so 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. Like that. Did we come too far? Well, we didn't come far enough, so reset. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Does that get it? Let's see if that got it. It gets it. Okay, so turn this over. Hold on one second. Let me see if I can't fix that. Sorry, guys, I have to go off camera a little bit because I really couldn't see what I was doing there when I was trying that. All right. 1 second. Perfect. Okay. Come to the other side. There. Where's my finger? Right here. There's that lead. Look, we've got just a little bit of overhang. Not a terribly big deal. Come right in here. A little bit of flux goes a long way. And we will work this in like so. Get that off there. Thank you. I want to make sure we've got good contact. Which we do. Perfect contact. I want to clean up the back side of this because we got a little hairy there on my Johnson. So watch this. I'm just going to come right in here and very gently I will add a little flux like that and beautifully cleaned up just like that. Very little room for error. Very little room for error. Okay? It's very easy to run into trouble here. Let's move into, where are we here? Let's move in right here to CE38. Now CE38, is that the one that's empty? Yes, that is the one that is not populated. We will move into CE37 right here. CE37 is a 10 microfarad cap. Great. Keep pulling the wrong iron out. Apologize for my indiscretions to this Unitarian. Okay, so we've got CE37 ready to go. That is a 10 microfarad cap, which is right here. Okay, got it. Okay. A little bit of flux. Okay, watch carefully. Get it in position. Make sure it's flat. It's flat. We can move it. It's mobile. Make sure that you've got your iron on the part. Now watch carefully. 1, 2, 3. Let go of it. We're molten now. Push forward, forward, forward. And right there, just like that. Boom. Okay, looks great. I'll turn it this way so you guys can see. See? Perfect. Much more of a lip. Much more of a lip on the smaller caps. Just like that. Nice and solid. Okay, let's see. We've got some big boys up here. Right here, we've got CE3 and we've got CE6. Right here. Let's go ahead and prep these pads. Not that iron. Okay.
Hey guys,
CE3 and CE6, these are in fact 100 microfarad caps, both of them.
My channel. Check out my Patreon page by clicking the orange Patreon button.
Now, a lot of people don't work on Sega Saturns because they're complicated, and even the recapping process for a lot of people is overwhelming because it's pretty involved, especially surface mount stuff. And I get it, but truthfully, guys, if you just take your time, I promise you, and if you watch some of my videos at least, and you just develop some ability, you'll have no problem with this. It's not fast. Anyone who says that they can recap your Sega Saturn in like 45 minutes is just full of shit. Like there's nobody that's just not possible. These systems require patience and care. They require patience and care, and it's something that really commands both. Now I want to come right in here. I want to heat. Come on, move forward. No, that's not far enough. Come on, keep going right there. Ooh, right on the line. I'm telling you, that's tough. We'll go ahead and stuff the other one in there too. You really want to use solder braid on these solder pads to get them good and flat. If we didn't have this flat, there's no way I could work this cap in there. There's absolutely no way. Okay, how about that? All right, so now we've got some very tight. Use this as a pivot. Damn, I'm smart. Keeps the board in frame. That's a pretty slick move, you got to admit. All right, so now look at this. Look at this clearance. I'm telling you, this is where I think a lot of people run into trouble. We have no clearance. There is no clearance there. There's nothing. You have to be laser precise. Now we'll put some flux in there because the solder, through the surface tension and capillary action, will find its way underneath the caps, and it'll make a nice fillet. We just have to get the heat in there. So right here, right now, just like that, beautifully done. We'll move over here. Now, I did say CE6 was too a... Yes, okay. It's a 100 microfarad cap too. Okay. Right here, not a lot of room to work in. Let's get it in. That's what I said to my grandma the other night. All right, perfect. Look at that. Well, nope. Yep. Nope, that's in there. Yep, we're looking good. Okay. Yep, nope, yep. All right, so... let's move in to these suckers. Now these, we're going to do in the opposite, this one specifically, oops, we're going to do in the opposite direction. Because I really want to be as gentle as I can be. CE 49 is 47 microfarads. Well, how big are these? How big are the 47s? Okay, not too bad. Is CE 51 2? Yes, okay. CE 49. Before you go and commit solder to the board, let's take a look at this because we have an obstruction here. What's the best way of handling this? Well, I think that what we can do is I think we can work with this just as we've worked with everything else. Let me put this in position and let's just do a dry run. Always do a dry run. Now see, my tweezers are going to be in the way here. So what I'm probably going to have to do is grab it more vertically like this. Yes, I'm sorry if this gets in the way, but I'm going to use my tweezers to grab it vertically, and then I'm going to slide it into place just like that. Okay, so that's not a big deal. And what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to put this, these caps are smaller, they've got a little more real estate. Let me get this off here. I wanted to take that big bulge off. There we go. These caps have a little bit more real estate to work with. Okay, I'm going to put that in there like that. Go ahead and pre-tin this nicely. Okay, and I'm going to grab this bad boy right here. And I'm just going to sort of get it in position. I'm sorry, guys, if I really am for the shot here. My hand's going to be in the way. But I'm going to come right in here and I'm going to grab this and I'm going to put it right onto the edge. So I'm going to heat. Okay, like that. We're right on the edge. Absolutely right on the edge with that. Okay. Rotate this out a little bit. Now, you guys probably won't be able to see this very well. Maybe. But we've got plenty of meat on this side, and that was the whole point, to grab onto. Because this is such a limited area. There's such a limited working area. Now, I'm sorry if I had to get in the shot here. But just like that, we're in good shape. And what I'm going to do is just to make sure, because we do have a little bit of an overhang there, I'm going to come right here. Right there. And I'm going to just introduce a little bit on top like this. Perfect. Doesn't get any cleaner than that. That's a very solid cap. Nice job. Let's move on over here. I don't know why I did both pads. Well, let's talk about that. That's actually very good. Let's do both pads. Look what happens when you have solder that's not cleared from both pads. I'm going to bring this in, but look, I can't move it in smoothly because now we have taken this flat plane away. Look, it's nice and smooth here because we're on a flat plane. But as soon as I get here, we get marred up. That is why it's so important when you're doing work like this to absolutely clear the solder. Now I'm just looking. Where the heck did I put? Oh, here it is. Get the solder wick out. That's why it's absolutely important that you clear the pads so that we can easily slide. Now watch this. Just a second. Like that. 1, 2, 3, boom. We're nice and clear again. I'm going to clean that up before we put that back into position. Okay. That's what I'm talking about. Great. So now we'll apply that flux. And you can go ahead and apply it to both leads, or both footprints, both pads on the footprint. That's perfectly fine. I just dropped my cap. I just dropped a cap. Where did it go? Oh, Lord. It fell out of my hands. Alright, give me a second, guys. I'm going to be back. I'm going on an expedition. Guys, I'll be back. Where are you? Where did you go? I want you to come back to Daddy. Oh, God, I'm old. It sucks getting down here. Oh. I dropped the caps. Where is it? Oh, here it is. I think this is it. Is this it? I don't know if that's it or not. I can't see. Oh. Okay, is this another cap? No, that's another cap. Damn it, son of a bitch. Let's see, where did it go? Did it go up my ass? No? Did it my penis? No? Oh, Lord. Give me just a second. I will find it. I will find the cap. I will pop a cap. Oh, Lord. Stick show in your ass. Alright, let's see. Let's see. I didn't go in here, did it? Nope. 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 Not in there. Not in there. Good Lord. Let's see. If anything, guys, I will just pull out another cap. It's okay. That's alright. I looked for it, couldn't find it, I wasn't strong enough. Okay. I have an extra, it's okay. I got it. It's fine. Oh, Lord! Oh, Lord! Alright. We're good. We're alright. One, two. It's alright. Okay, so we're okay. Let me make sure you guys can see this. Where are we? Right here? That's where we are. Okay. We're alright. Now, I gotta get in the frame here, guys. I'm sorry. Is my head in the way? Let me know. Let me know in the comments. Down below. Okay, perfect. Perfect, okay. About that. And we're going to clean these areas too when we get close to being finished here. Okay, so we've got some areas right in here. Now let's talk about this. Now, when you have a densely packed cluster of components like this, start in the middle. Start in the middle. So I'm going to start with CE23, which is a 10 microfarad cap. Oh, don't want that. smooth that out. Put a little flux on here. Always start with center caps first, because if you do that, let me turn it this way. It just makes it a little easier for me to see, and probably for you guys to see too. Yeah, you guys can see that. So if you start in the middle, that makes it a lot easier on you, because you don't have to worry about your tools banging in everything. So right here, watch carefully. Okay, pretty good. Come to the other side, a little bit of flux. Touch that up too when I get the other side done. Okay, I'm just going to come to the other side. Watch carefully. 1, 2, 3. Boom. Boom. Perfect. Now we'll move on to... let's see. What do we want to do next? Let's go ahead and do CE35. Now CE35 is a 47. Keep grabbing that. There, let's see. Okay. Slide it into position. This would be a pain in the ass with actual hot tweezers. Unideal. Perfect. Okay. It's in position. I will flip this board around again. Okay, look at that. Nice, nice, nice overhang here of the pad. We've got plenty of real estate to work with. Drop that J. Now, the nice thing about the J series tip is, look, I can, if I can't get a good angle on it, watch. I can rotate the tip. That's all it is. The J tip just allows you to rotate to get into places that you otherwise normally wouldn't be able to get into. Now look at that. J series. J tips. Great. Great tips. Alright, so let's move into C30, which is right here. Oh, and I will grab, since I'm here, before I pack this in too much, let's go ahead and... Perfect. Wanted to clean that up a little bit. That looks much nicer. C30. Okay. Okay, what is CE30? CE30 is a 100 microfarad cap. 100. 100, I think this is right here. Gotcha. Okay, same business here. Get the cap in position. Remember, this cap is huge, so let's make sure we get it as far over as we possibly can. Superheat the area. Come on through here with it. 1, 2, 3. A little further. Not quite as far. I'm coming off the pad. Son of a gun. Hold on. Come on. Come off there. Tweezers slipped up on me. Okay, here we go. Perfect. That's what I want. Okay, nice and easy. Flip this around so you guys can see what's going on. Look at that overhang. It's just, it's ridiculous. Really, it's not... It sucks. Yeah, surface mount stuff like this can be very challenging, but guess what? As long as you're careful and as long as you're patient, be just fine. I'm going to come right in here. I'm going to add. I'm going to use the belly of my tip. I'll get get some solder on that belly first, and then I'm going to come right in here, hold for just a minute. I don't care if I get anything in neighboring areas, because I want that nice and solid, and guess what? Super solid. Great work. Okay, now we are going to pack C52 in. CE52 is a 10 microfarad cap. Alright, so I will start... I'll do this side because it's less accessible. Because, look, we have this 47 right here that's just getting in the way. Now, this is a 10 microfarad unit, so we will grab our 10. A little bit of flux on both sides
If
of
you
that.
paid me 1/100th of the interest on your goddamn money, I could feed my people.
CE53, not CE35. Oh! Yeah, CE53, CE52. CE52 is a 10 microfarad cap. Thank you for that. I don't know what CE35 even was. Oh, I probably just read that backwards. Yeah, CE53. Yeah, that's right. I may have said CE35, but yeah, CE53. I had it right. Thank you. Thank you very much, and thank you for the super chat. Shalom. Okay, let's get the polarity right here. Oops. All right. So we're going to advance this baby right in. How about like that? Perfect. Now look at that beautiful overhang right there. Doesn't that look lovely? Look how nice that's going to be. Yep, just a drop, just to help us. How about that? Okay. Let's move in. We got some more densely packed components right here. Let's get these things. Those things are right against these EMI chokes. Let's get these straightened out. Now these are... That is CE33. And what the hell is that thing? CE34. So CE34 and CE33. These are 22 microfarads. Okay, so let's grab... Let's see, that's negative. Okay, let's... Nope. Let's grab the negative side of these babies. Perfect. Okay, I need some 22 microfarad capacitors. Just have two of them. Right here. Okay, not a big deal. Okay. I'm going to rotate this. It's a little easier for you guys to see, and it's a little easier for me to work on. All right. Okay. All right, let's slide these in, and again, I have these filters in the way, so I have to be very careful about my movements. So I'm going to grab it, and I am going to... Yep, there we go, perfect. Let's slide this baby right in position like that. How about that? And we'll go ahead and we'll do CE33, or CE34, excuse me, since we're right here. Okay, once again, get in here, slide it forward. Perfect. How about that? All right, now we've got good coverage. Let's just go ahead and rotate these out. Okay, you guys can see the overhangs. I'll shift that one down just a little bit. It's perfectly presentable. Okay. See how my ambidextrosity is. Alright. Always good to build up skills, so I'm going to be soldering with my left hand. A lot of people think that this is insane, but, you know, I'm pretty good, so I can take care of it. Perfect. Oh, let's come down here. So it's already on the tip, great. Clean that up just a little bit, thank you. Off the tip, just like that. Just like that, perfect.
If you paid me 1/100th of the interest on your goddamn money, I could feed my people.
Recap my SNES. I managed to lift a pad in the process, but it ended up being all right. Now for the edge enhancer. I look forward, Gary, for you to have that in your bodies. Okay, so now we have a little cluster of. I know what these are. I can just look at them and tell. These are all 220 microfarad decoupling caps. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4. You guys can't see it, but yeah, there's 6 decoupling caps here. Let's see, S-Video. Let's see, that's Chroma Luma, RGB, composite video. So each video line, even the Chroma, is coupled, AC coupled with 220 microfarad for transmission line. That's interesting, the Chroma. Anywho. That looks like that's in pretty good frame, I think. You guys like this tune? Arm is itching. Now, a black screen on a Sega Saturn could also be these 6 caps, or one of these 6 caps. So, for example, but we're not even getting sync data out of this thing. So this is a digital problem, not an analog video problem. But if you're getting a black screen, the AC coupling cap for composite video, if you're using composite video, could be busted. So let me just get this in frame for everyone here, because we're just going to go ahead and zoom all these babies in. Start right here. My squeezer was in the way, but have we got good clearance there? Let me check before we go further. Nope, needs to come over more. And these suck. A little more flex on that. Okay, now we're in business. Now these require precision, so I'm going to use my tweezers. Sorry if my fat hand is in the way. I'm going to have to swallow that up like that. That's pretty good. That's got to be pretty good right there. Okay, now let's check overhang again. I'm just going to lift it up and look. Look at the overhang. Perfect. Okay, but you've got to be super precise with that. You can't be effing around with this stuff. I'm going to go ahead and get these all settled and positioned. Okay. Oh, come on. There we go. All right. Oh, damn it. These frickin' tweezers, because I have to grab it at a certain angle. Try that. See if that works any better. How about that? Okay, I think so. Yeah, I think so. Yep, perfect. Okay. Before we get these into position, let's go ahead and turn this over and see if we can't... where are we? Where's my... Where are we? We're right here. Okay, got it. Okay, not a problem. No problem! Alright. Perfect. Perfect. Okay, great. Great wedding. Let's us keep going. Sure, we got a little flux on these because we have to make sure these are done right. All right. Not talking too much currently, guys, because there's just not much to say. You guys can clearly see I'm working with a very limited space here, and we want these to look good and we want these to perform well, so I am just being very careful to densely pack all of these surface mount caps right in a place where they belong. Okay, that one's in position. Let's get this one in position too. Well, let's see. How's our overhang there look? Is it not far enough? Nope, overhang's perfect. Take it off. Whoops, whoops, whoops. My hand slipped. My hand slipped. Come on. There you go. Push down. 1, 2, 3, 4. Nope. I will reset that. Don't try to force something on a pad if it doesn't want to go. Reset. Always reset. Resetting's easy, it just takes a second. Oh, I know why. My iron just went down to 199 degrees because it went to sleep mode because we've been working so hard. Now watch this. Now we can probably get this in here without any real trouble. Yeah, there we have it. Alright, that's what I'm looking for. Right there. Too far for me, but alright, come on. No, that's okay. We're super solid. Alright. Let's go ahead and get these in because, ugh. There's my finger right here. Let's rotate these forward a little bit. Good, good, good. Okay, just making sure everything's on pad. Everything looks pretty good on pad. Solder, yeah, off. Okay. Let's get this going. Just like that, right here. Perfect. Let's push this here. Whoa, 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 whoa. Where's it at? Right here. Good lord, there's just so many of these things. What am I looking for? Oh, yeah. I know we've got some on there. I'll just do a little bit more. Okay. Okay, guys, these are the last of the AC coupling caps. That's in there super solid. I'll clean that up just a little bit. Okay, that's in there super solid. Alright, let's get in here. Now, I made a mistake there. Well, not necessarily a mistake, but I made my job a lot easier. A lot more difficult. I should have went ahead, not a terribly big deal, but I should have went ahead and soldered both legs of this AC coupling cap before ever putting this one in. Because now, fortunately, I have a nice J-series tip. I can sneak my tip in there. But if you're using a large chisel tip, like a lot of people like to use, no, no, absolutely not. So we don't have to chase anything. We don't have to chase a big tip in there. I can just come in here like this, watch carefully. Notice my hands, though, they're very still. Okay. I want to come to the back sides of these, and I'm just going to touch them up. Perfect. 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 Okay. There's one left. He is right here. CE31. CE31 is a 10 microfarad cap. Okay, no big deal. All right. Slide this baby right. Can you guys see? Yep, sure can. All right. Beautiful joint. I'm not going to rotate the board around. I'm just going to handle it like this. Perfect. Okay, so let's see what we have. And again, I'm going to clean up the site, but let's take a look at what we've got so far. Now, we have replaced all of the components. Here, I'll tell you what we'll do. We will go ahead and work this out a little bit here. We've replaced all the components for the analog video electronics and some other stuff here, but predominantly this is all for video stuff and some sound stuff. Okay, that looks phenomenal. All these caps are very nicely done. Let's see what we have here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, so everything in this section is complete. Now we are ready to move down. Let's try CE42. Okay, clean that up a little bit. I think this is another tenor. I'm doing things in a weird order now. Let's see. CE42, that is a 10 microfarad.
I am not fucking impressed.
Oh, I'm so glad I caught this stream. That slide-in technique will come in handy when I recap my Panasonic SVHS player with its 7,000 caps. Hey, Blarg McPants, thanks so much, and I wish you good luck on that. Wish you good luck on your Super S Video unit. Hold on just a second. Okay, there we go. Had to reset something. I wish you luck on your S Video VCR for all intents and purposes. Alright, just a little drop there of the juices. I'll zoom in a bit here. I'll Is that? I think there's a pubic hair in there. You can also use that slide-in technique on your girlfriend. Listen, I want to say, if I make jokes, it's one thing. But, Mr. iFixit, you're not a fucking comedian. And it's not funny. I'm sorry, it's just cringy. Okay? It's cringy when nobody else... I'm the only person capable of saying things like that. Because I'm the only person capable of doing it with any service. Watch this. Boom. Just like that. Just like that. The other side. Beautiful. Alright. Let's see. CE15 way down here. Wait. Go down. Right here. CE15. That is a 10 microfarad. Good Lord have mercy. Okay. I was debating on doing a BIOS swap and burning a BIOS on stream, but I don't think that's going to be necessary because like I said, I have an old model Fenrir, the first that was ever released, that I'm going to put in this. I just don't think that's necessary here. Nice pad. Let's make sure it works, shall we? Yes, we shall. Oh. That's it. Okay. Alright, so... this section of the board's done. Let's move to the center, because I think we've just got a few left. Right... oh, let me zip out of here. Let me zip out of this a little bit. Right in here. CE20. What is CE20? That's a 10 microfarad. Okay. Slide it right into position like so. Clean that up a little bit because I slid it a little too aggressively. That's okay. Got it locked in. I want to come to the right. Watch this. Boom. Over here, boom. Looking fantastic. Perfect. Okay. CE21 is a 10 microfarad cap. Right here. I think these are all decoupling caps for the PLL. PLL stands for phase lock loop. Slide her right into position like that. Perfect. Come to the left. Perfect. CE22. Is that another 10? Is that the final 10 on here? Nope, that's a 4.7. What's interesting about this capacitor is that the last time I did this kit, this system did not come with a 4.7 cap. This cap is unique because CE22 CE22 is a 4.7 25-volt cap. It's much larger than the other caps, the other 22 microfarad caps. I don't have a, in terms of its voltage or its power requirement, I don't have... Oh, yes, I do. Yes, I do have one. But I don't think this 4.7 cap... This does not look like a... The problem is... This cap, I want to go ahead and put it in for CE22. That just does not look like a 25-volt cap to me. That looks very small. Sorry if I'm having like an inner dialogue to myself. I kind of am, but I question the validity of this. Oh. I think I should probably check this myself at some point. Anywho, here's our 4.7 capacitor. Slide her on in like that. Beautifully done. And we'll come to the left here, make sure our pad is lined up nicely, and our, yep, looks great. How about that? Looks great. So, all right. What is left on the main board? The only thing that's left that I can see is an unpopulated CE38, but remember that cap remains unpopular. Unpopular. It remains unpopulated. Okay. Let's go ahead and let's give this a little rinse. Okay, just want to take our little brush here. Just going over the board. I want to look off-site. I want to pull this board and look at it with my own eyes to make sure we're in pretty good shape, which I think we are, and then we'll examine it together. Super solid, super solid, super solid. Okay, I think, yep. I think we're looking pretty darn good here, so we'll go ahead. Let's zoom in. We'll go over it together. All right, our caps, let's see how we're looking. Remember CE38 here, that's not populated. Okay. That, other than the daughter board, which is a C121. What is C121? That's a 47 microfarad cap. Let's see what I got. I got 10. That's a big decoupling cap. I'm actually going to replace that. Let's see, let's put all these over to the side. Give me just a second. Let me just verify everything here. Let me look for something. Let me see if I put this up my butt, which is possible, because that would be wonderful. Let's see. Making sure I didn't... No, I don't think so. Okay. I think that what I will do is I'm going to show you guys how... I'm going to make one little demonstration here. How to replace a surface mount cap with a through-hole cap. I'm going to do that here. So this daughter board, right here in the center, it calls for a 47 microfarad cap. Let's assume that we don't have one, and let's assume that we need to replace this. And we have a through-hole cap. Well, this is very simple. What I'm going to do is I am going to push this out of the way here. And I'm going to just take a leg, take a pad, be very generous. Oops. I'm going to be very generous with the solder. I'm going to take my cap. I'm going to take my cap leg. Now watch very carefully. If there's a height constraint, and let's assume that there is, I'm going to lay this cap flat. Now let me show you how I do that. The first thing that I do is I'll take a pair of tweezers. Now watch this very carefully. Let me hold on. Let me just get this oriented properly. That's fine. I'm going to take a pair of tweezers, and I'm going to take my cap, and I'm going to put the tweezers flatly. I'm going to clamp the cap just like this. If I hold it this way, this will be better. Let me zoom out a little bit. I'm going to clamp bleeds. Watch carefully. I'm going to then fold these flat down just like this. Okay? Makes it nice and even. That's one way you can do this. The other way, I'm going to straighten these back out, is you can just simply bring your cap in, hold it against the board, and then just press, while the cap is laid flat, press the leads flat against the board just like this. It's the same thing. But the idea is you want to preform these leads before you do anything. And now that I have a good idea of where these need to be, I'm then going to take my tweezers, watch this, and I'm going to wing this out, if I can see. I'll grab it here, and I'm going to wing it out like that. Okay? Just like that. I'm going to do the same thing to the opposite side. Watch. Grab it. Wing it out like that. Okay? I'm going to clip the excess. And I don't want this wing to be any wider than the can. So I'm actually going to come in like this and cut inward. So I'm going to use, watch, I'm going to use the can as a guide. I'm actually going to bring that inward just a little bit. So there's just a little nub, just like this. This is all you want. That's all you want. Now what I'm going to do is, I'm going to be generous with the solder, and I'm going to be generous with the flux. I'll go ahead and apply just a little bit of flux to this. Now I'm going to come in here, and I'm going to, just as we did before, similar to sliding technique, I'm going to heat. I want to heat. We'll do it this way. Oh, sorry, turn it around. I'm going to heat one of the legs that I've got already loaded up with solder. I'm just going to slide this in there. Just like that. I want to come in here to the other side, and I'm going to manually add solder. Just like this. Make sure that wets beautifully. It does. And that is a simple way of cleanly and very effectively supplanting or replacing a surface mount cap with a through-hole component. Very easily done. Now, I think we might be ready. To give this a chance, to give peace a chance. So I'm not going to bolt anything down per se, but I'm going to put the Saturn back together for testing. I'm going to look it over. Looks great. I'm going to put it back in its home. Lay that in position. I'm not going to put the RF shields or anything in there just yet. I'm going to put our little adapter in there, a little component module Unitarian, and then I'm going to take and I am going to put, what do I do with the box for the, shoot, I hate it when I do this. Let's see, oh, here it is, perfect. And I am going to put, just temporarily, the fin rear, because I'm not going to serve it. I'm not servicing the optical on this. I am putting a fin rear in here, and you guys will have to help me. I don't even remember how to put this together. I'm pretty sure that the fin rear lives something like this. It lives in there something like that. I will go ahead and I'll bolt these down. I'll bolt these down. Let's see, where is my... Let me get a Phillips screwdriver here. Okay, there's one. Two. Okay, that's in there good enough. That's just to hold it into position. This is power for the fin rear. And the ribbon cable. Let's get a little tricky here. Okay. Open the drawer here. Make sure that's snug nicely. Okay, perfect. That's fine. That can live that way. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to put the top on, and we're going to give it a chance. We're going to give peace a chance. But before we do that, before we let peace into our hearts, let's take the where did I lay? Where did I put it? I'm looking. Guys, did you see what I did earlier with the power supply when we completed this unit? Did you guys have any idea? You guys have any idea where I laid it? And don't say in my ass, because I already looked. Let me put some of this shit back up. First of all, let's just take a little break here. Let me put some of this crap back up, because it's just getting in the way. Oh, come over here. Oh my goodness. Okay. Seriously, where in the... Oh, here it is. Never mind, I found it. I put it under this... Yep. I put it under this shield. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's take the lid and let's put the power supply and go ahead and install it back into position. Because I think, honestly, we're okay with the power supply. Perfect. Okay. Let's go ahead and get that lined up. Push this forward. Perfect. Get our little brass screw in there. Okay. Go. Okay, great. So let's get the board together. We're not going to put anything in here. We're not going to put the shields or anything like that in. Again, we're going to try to test this thing. You know, that's a good question. How does... I have no idea. So with the fin rear, here's a question. Does anyone in here know anything about the fin rear? We've got the drive door sensor, but there's not a provision here on the fin rear for this to connect to. So how does the fin rear just not do anything with the drive door? Does it not need to know? I don't know. I'm going to assume that it's that it's not a problem. Oh, Luigi. Mario, Luigi. Alright, so let's just move that out of the way then. So I'm just going to carefully sort of put all this together, open this bay up. Okay. Okay. Okay, thank you, Fenris. I didn't know, because I didn't see that. So let's just give this a chance here. Alright, let's see if we've made any progress. Now we're going to move over here to the mod testing. Okay, and I'm going to press the power button. Okay, give it a second. Okay, well we're getting... That's a good sign. It's possible. Oh, wait, you know what? Let's see. Do I need to put in... Hold on. Well, I think we might... See if that has any bearing on anything. And this fin rear, in all fairness, could be kind of busted. I don't know. Let's see. Let's take the fin rear out. Because I don't even know how it works, and I might have that all messed up. So let me pull this out, and let me pull this out. Let me pull this out. 1 second. Let's see what we got here when we pull this out and this out and this out. Let me just temporarily put this drive into place if we can. Actually, you know what? What happens? I can't remember. Let me see something. Let me try something. I gotta do some remembering myself here. Let's see, did we get anything on that? Give it a second. Okay, we're getting a video line. Wait, let me pull this out too. We just have some fun here. Let me pull... Oh, Lord. Let me pull the module out. I think it'll boot. Let's see, because I don't want to put everything back together yet. I just want to see if we've got life. Pull that out. Put this in here. Da-da-da-da-da. Alright, let's just wait a few seconds. Haha! Okay, good. We're back in business. Alright, so... Alright. She is brought back to life. Okay. Perfect. Sound should be low and it should be all jacked up. That's okay. That's what I want. Okay. Exactly. Yep. Now, I've got to figure out how to do the fin rear, because I think that's the issue here. So, there was no LED on this. Let me take a look. Alright, so the Saturn is in good shape. But what I need to do is I need to figure out, because I've never messed with the fin rear on this unit. Let me seat this back into place. Okay, that's good. Now the fin rear comes into here. See, this doesn't... Okay, 1 second. Let me see. This comes into here. I just want to see how this is let me look and see how this is installed. Fenrir Saturn VA0. Whoops. I can't remember. I'll ask you guys. Does he have an installation guide? Installation, okay. Okay. Yeah, but my question is that the way that's supposed to go? Okay, guys, here's the deal. Here's my question. Let me back this out so you guys can see. Can you guys help me with this? The Fenrir, go back to modding here. Whoa, 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 where's my mouse? Okay, my question is simple. So, we're taking the 20-pin cable, and we've got it plugged in here just as it was before. Now, this is being plugged into the Fenrir here, but is this the right orientation? Or do you know if this cable is supposed to be flipped so it goes in the other way? So that, you know, we flip this around. I don't know how this is wired. I'm assuming that it's the same, but does anyone here have any knowledge on this? So in other words, should this be so that the blue tab faces inward like this? Blue side up? Okay. Okay, thank you. Gotcha. Probably a foolish mistake on my end, guys. I'm a Fenrir noob. Thank you very much. Let me sort of get that locked in there. Okay, so this is the correct orientation. Okay. Okay, so let's give this a go again. That's the access LED, and I think this is just the power LED connection here. Okay. All right. So we got this back together. We got our Fenrir in there. Now I don't have a 3D printed mount, but that's beside the point at this point. That's not important. I'm going to just come over here and I'm going to shove this up up in here. All right. Let's give it a shot. So I think everything here is oriented correctly. Mod testing. See if we got a blue LED. Yeah, okay, now we've got an LED on the Fenrir, so that's good. Well, is there something I need to be doing? Reset. Okay, reset's working. The system's working, but let me hit the reset button back here. Let's see. So okay, so what do I need to do? So I loaded some firmware. Well, I loaded this card with what needs to be put on the SD card. I think this might be the problem. I'm not worried about the coin cell battery. That has nothing to do with this. So what needs to be put on here? I put a firmware file onto the root of this, and I also put a folder, X-Men vs. Street Fighter, with the ISO in that directory. Is there anything else that needs to be put on this? What happens if I turn this on with no SD card? Is there a menu or anything that populates? Can anyone help me out here? Well, I need to know this because I'm new to the Fenrir, so this is all stuff that's pertinent to me. Blue. Blue, okay. We'll go ahead and we'll put the coin cell in. It's like it's not... You know what? I want to try something. I want to try something. Battery's dead as a door now. Doorknob. That's got some juice to it. Okay. Hold on. I'm going to put a new battery in this. All right. Let's see. Put a battery in there. Oh. The original Fenrir and the Duo have different firm... Okay, so where do I find an update guide? To be honest with you, I'm not too impressed with the Fenrir website because the directions are pretty non-existent. There's a firmware page, and you click on latest version. I don't know which version... Where is there like a branch for original Fenrir and the Duo? I'm pulling up if... God, dude. I have a Fenrir guide up. That's not the problem. I'm just asking if there's specific information for the original Fenrir. If the firmware isn't all-encompassing, I'm just curious. Let's see. I see nothing here for it. You have to go to a Discord to download the firmware for the original Fenrir? Are you serious? I don't want to join a fucking Discord just to download the firmware. Why is it... Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. Here's what I'm going to do. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to download the loader. So I've got the loader already. Let me try this again. So... Okay. All I can see is there's a... Okay, so I'm on the... Let me show you where I'm at. How do I do this? I hope that comes through. Oh, it's asking me... 1 second. Hold on, hold on, hold on. This is what I see. Scroll down on the firmware page next to download firmware. It says it's for the... Let me sort of do a find here. I don't see anything like that. Second link on the firmware page. Let's see, Zim. Let's see what you got for me, brother. So, Zim, the firmware that you're sending me is for the original Fenrir and not this Duo. I guess I'm a little confused. So there's a separation. There's a branch. The firmware page has specific download links for the Duo or the 20 or 20 twin. Okay, I'm there. I'm looking. Okay. I don't see anything, unless I'm blind, guys. I'm here. I don't see anything in the firmware page that delineates. Okay. So on this page, so this is where we go, right? Okay, okay, so 20 pins, 21 pins, I got it. Okay, I understand. I understand. Thank you. Okay, I get it. I get it. It's in yellow. So you just drag the root of this. Okay. So that's to update it, but is there also a I understand. Is there a loader that you also have to put on here in addition to the firmware update? Let me do this real quick. Okay, no loader. Got it. All right, so I've got update.bin on the root of this on a FAT32 formatted card. Okay, let's give it another shot in real time. Okay, so there we go. Okay, I've got X-Men versus Street Fighter on the I have that on the SD card. Let me check one thing. Let me do one thing here. Let me do one thing here. Okay, let's try that again. Doesn't work. All right, let's make sure I'm not doing something silly. I want to take this out, de-energize the system, pull this out. So are there, okay, forgive my ignorance, help me if you can. Are there instructions for installing the original 20-pin Fenrir into a VA0 Saturn? Is that documented just so that I can make sure everything here is properly done? Even without an SD card, do you have an optical drive for the console just to rule out the possibility? Yeah, I'm sure, I know, I'm absolutely certain that there's nothing wrong with the system from that perspective. I know that. Just sort of get this together here. Nope, nope, nope. This goes on the right side. That's right. All right, hold on. Okay. That's in position. Let me go ahead and square all this up. One. What do I do with that? We're gonna power the drive in real time. I don't need the LEDs or anything like that connected, because that's all this stuff is. I'll go ahead and connect it anyways. Okay. All right. Let's give it a go. Okay. Saturn's fine. No problem. According to the Fenrir installation guide, you have a 21-pin Fenrir? If I had a 21... No way. Hold on, maybe I made a mistake. Let's pull this out. I don't think that's true. Okay, so the drive boots fine, no issues. Where's the Fenrir? Let's do a count. Let's make sure I'm not crazy. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. I counted 20 pins. How many pins do you guys count? 21 pins? What? 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. I mean, I'm not a smart man. God fucking damn it. How much play is in this? No, there's no way. There's no way. That's a perfect interface. Look. That is a perfect interface. That is a 20-pin unit to a 20-pin interface. Look. Whoever said this was a 21-pin, I want them banned and I want them strung up on the cross immediately. Okay? So we've got a 20-pin unit here. The Saturn's operating fine. The CD drive comes online. What's the issue? What do we need to do? Let's make sure. So I grabbed 20-pin firmware. I'll grab it one more time. I want to put. I'll even reformat the. I'll reformat the card. How does that sound? Okay. All right. Okay. Done. All right. Card's been formatted. So, I'm going to take the firmware. I'm going to put the card back in it. We're going to come right here. And then blue pin goes... Okay, blue goes up. So, that means that we're going to fold it inward like this. Okay, so that the blue tab, the blue stripe is up, so that pin 1's properly here. Okay, so we have proper sexual orientation here, right? Everything here is good to go as far as this is concerned. The drive door, the drive close and open sensor doesn't play into this. There's nowhere I can see for that to plug into here. Okay? Everything here looks good to me. So, it's just a matter of powering it here. The cable in the main board goes out and blue out on... Yeah, that's exactly what we have. That's exactly what we have. Okay? It's exactly what we have here. So now I'll try this again. I will come right here. I will plug power into this. I will plug power into this. Plug power into this. I don't know what else to do. I'm going to go ahead and bring it in. All right, let's move over. Huh. So, let me ask this question. Did you add your update bin and firmware ISO files to the root? I was told that there was not a loader. So are you saying there is a loader? God damn, does nobody really use this thing? Does nobody know how this works? I'm not trying to be an asshole, but God, Jesus, fucking Mary and Joseph. The documentation on this thing sucks. Like, there is no documentation. Doesn't Stone Age Gamer, like, have any sort of documentation for this? I mean, they sell the damn thing, don't they? Did they sell the original? There is no loader. Could be that this unit's just faulty, I guess. Let's see. I'll give this a shot. It's just this is very weird to me. This is very strange. All right. Anything? What happens if I short? Just curious. Yeah, got a blue light. Yeah, blue light's great. Saturn's drawn video. This firmware just doesn't work for whatever reason. Okay, so I'm going to assume that the fin rear is just a piece of shit. Or this one, it just doesn't work. I'm not going to say that the fin rear is a piece of shit, but the unit that I have just clearly is crap. Well, thanks, Ryan. I appreciate the junk. All right, so let's... I'm curious. Let's see if we can try something else here. It's just, I hate having my time wasted. Like, you guys, I just absolutely hate that. I just want to try one thing. I just want to see. We've made it this far. Let's just give this a shot. Turn it on. Is there like an access LED? Nope, just a power LED. Okay, so I'm going to plug that in here. One second. God, Jesus. Come on. What is this about? Just a second. Okay, so I want to try. Let's see if the drive has any juice left in it, or if it needs to be recapped. But what I'm going to do, I'm going to load up a fun game. See if this boots. Oh, wait. Okay. See what we get here, if anything. It's fine. Laser's in great shape.
Well, I know I'm gonna be the man who wakes up next to you.
You can't touch this. You can't touch this. You can't touch this. My music hits me so hard, makes me say, oh my Lord, thank you for blessing me. What am I to rhyme and to hype me? It feels good when you know you're down.
Oh shit, we're going to get copyright. We're going to get copywritten. Okay, so here's what we know. Saturn's perfect. Drive's in really good shape. Drive's healthy. Laser's healthy. So I'm going to have to assume, and the fin rear has a nice blue light. It's in good shape. Well, guys, I'm sorry. I mean, the unit's fixed. It's working. Just got to put it back together. But unfortunately, this fin rear is not up to snuff. I don't know why. The ESP32, that's a very robust little cheap chip. That wouldn't have that absolutely wouldn't have been damaged by anything. I mean, does anyone here have an original Fenrir? Just out of curiosity? I'll try to do some. Let's reflow some things here. Let's just see. Board looks fantastic. Thank you very much, Brett. I appreciate that. Don't reflow till you prove your FCC. It's an FFC, and that works perfectly fine. We literally just booted a CD and played everything. There's no issue there. All right, let's try. Let's just hit this. Let's hit it from the back, doggy style. Okay, it's my favorite style. All right. Ready? Sorry about that, guys. I was doing that a bit off camera, but I'm just going to reflow the ESP32. Oops. What I'd really like for this, it's not worth getting out. Clean off my tip. The only thing that I can do is reflow but I'm really disappointed. I have to tell you guys, it's nuts. This is not a cheap product to buy, and even if it's old, there's no documentation for this, like, at all? Not really? Come on. It's not cool. That FFCs work with CD drives, but they don't work with the Fenrir? What is that? Because, like, the Fenrir has, like, a bunch of stray capacitances or something? What's the problem with that? Let me get out my better tip here. Why would this FFC pose any real meaningful, appreciable problem to the Fenrir? Because is a telling you to try a cable that comes with it. The Fenrir, it didn't come with any FFC cable. It didn't come with any sort of flex or FFC ribbon cable. Nothing like that at all. I'm going to be very slow on this because I want to make sure we do a good job. I'm just going to reflow everything just to be safe, just to be super sure. Okay. Now the SD card really doesn't matter in this instance. Okay. I don't understand why the FFC cable, maybe its length is a problem, but that if that's true, then that's a problem with the fin rear, not really with the FFC or the flex cable. It's not even that long. All right, let's pull the drive out. This drive is great. Just needs maybe needs lubrication, but that drive is in perfect working order. And let's see, that's pin. Oh, wait a minute, pin 1. Give me this. Okay, so pin 1. So this, yep. So fold this over. That's pin 1. That's pin 1. Got it. All right. Okay. Oh, whoops. That's my bad. Excuse me. No power. No power in my butt. Okay, that's pushed in. No, the spinner just doesn't work. So, with the fin rear with no card inserted, it should still boot to a menu, right? With no loader, no card, nothing like that. And the finrear.iso, that just lives on the root of the card too, right? Let's see if something's oscillating. Let me put some fingers on this. Okay. It's not a clone. They don't make clone fin rears. Ryan of Castlemania Games sent me this a while back. Good thing I never did a review on it. No, it just doesn't work. I mean, I'm sorry. It just doesn't work. Now, I get a nice, you guys can't see this, but the Finner's got a nice blue light here. Oops. But it most certainly doesn't work. Oh, careful. That power supply, that's a live power supply. That's a live power supply. But see, there are no directions. Like, what are you supposed to do with the drive sensor cable? Like, I don't even see anything on his website. Like, does he really sell a product? Does he really sell a product like this with no documentation? I'm not trying to be critical. I'm just saying, like, where's the documentation for this thing? I don't have an SD card in it anymore. So Ryan sent this to me. Okay, here maybe this might be something. Castlemania Games sent this to me probably in 2020. So it could be that I just need a specific firmware. But again, there's no documentation telling you that. Let's try it. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go and I'm going to put... Okay, put that on there. And put the loader on there. All right, let's give that a shot. This could just be a firmware issue. Okay, let's give it a go. Nope. Still think you need the FINRA files and update. I've got the update from May 3rd, 2020. But I'm black screening on this thing. Well, that's funny. All this, headache for this. I wonder if I could just, let's try this. Let's do something fun. Wait a minute. That's what I was going to ask myself. Okay, so this is what happens when you don't have any drive connected to the Sega Saturn. You have nothing connected. It simply boots nothing. Wait a minute. I'm curious about one thing. Does this change the behavior at all? Let's wait just about 10 seconds. So the firmware I got is from May 3rd, 2020. That's the firmware that I've put on here. I can try the May... So there's a 620... There's a June 10th, 2020 firmware, but that firmware doesn't delineate or doesn't differentiate between 20-pin and 21-pin units. So what I'm going to assume... I don't know. You disconnected the module with the edge connector when you booted without the... Yes, that's right. I did. That's 100% correct. Because it won't boot otherwise unless you've got the drive interface to it. So what I'm thinking is... Put this in correctly. Blue tab up. Yes. Power here. Yes. With all that together here, yes, yes, yes. Plug this in. We give this a shot. Nope. Nope, it's just busted. I mean, there's just no other way of saying that. So, knowing that, that's lame. What do you guys want to do? Do you want me to, I don't know. Let me see. Let me DC this so I don't shock myself with AC mains power. Let's pull this out. Now, there is a, there is a... It's the real deal. I have a serial number on the back of this and everything. You're supposed to use Rufus? You just can't drag and drop files? You just can't drag and drop files into, Oh, yeah, you can use formatting. Why would you need to use Rufus or Panic SD card formatter for formatting? Why can't you just use Windows or Mac to format to FAT32 or exFAT? But here's what doesn't make sense. So if you're on this page, okay, just okay, follow the logic with me. If you're on this page, scroll down a little bit until you see where it says version history. And it's got a nice box and it says these firmwares are no longer supported. Please upgrade to the latest version. The 20-pin file, the 20-pin firmware, what is the latest version? I can't upgrade to the latest version because that's for the Duo and that's not for the 20-pin. So that doesn't even make any sense. Like, I don't understand that at all. Version history. Yellow box. Warning, these firmwares are no longer supported. Please upgrade to the latest version. So scroll up, and the only firmware that's for the latest version is for the Duo derivative. So that doesn't even... I don't understand this at all. Even if it's... I don't even think it... So even with the SD card removed... Well, I don't know. Let's try it. Let's get a smaller SD card. Get a smaller SD card. I've got a 16 gigabyte here somewhere. I think it's up my ass. Just give me a second. We'll give it a shot. Here we go. Okay, here's a 16 gigabyte card. Let's load the loader, because the loader is separate from the firmware file for this version, I guess. I'm going to format this to FAT32, a smaller card, in real time. Okay, so here we go. Alright, so I'm going to download the latest. Let's see. Okay, let me just download that. Okay. We'll give this a shot. It's just I am amazed that there aren't instructions for this. Okay. Okay. Let's turn this on. Oh, gotta plug it in. Alright, let's move over here and let's see what we get. Ready? Let's do it. Okay, so interesting. This is interesting. This is a 128 gigabyte card. This is a 16 gigabyte card. This is formatted with exFAT. This is formatted with FAT32. So is X, even though it says exFAT is okay, why is it that I can't, let's put a game on here, shall we, in real time? Why doesn't the exFAT 128 gigabyte card work? That's what I want to know. I want answers, and I'm going to rip your tits off if you don't give them to me. Let's just copy. exFAT support was added in 2021 firmware. I'm on May 25th, 2022 firmware. That is the latest version for the 20-pin unit. That's the latest firmware for the 20-pin for the original variant. Okay. I'm going to put the card in. I'm going to move over to mod testing. Turn it on. Okay. So it's reading a game. What the hell? Press A to launch. Okay. Okay, so that doesn't... I don't know what's going on there, but let's take this card out. Let's find the... What did I do with it? All right, let's put some of this stuff up, because now we're starting to make a little bit of a mess here. Where, guys? Where did I put that big card? Hold on, let me clean up some stuff here. Okay, so what I'm going to try to do... Ouch. Went in my butt that time. What I'm going to try to do... I'm going to reformat. How many gigs do I really need for the Saturn? 64? 128? 64 probably. There aren't that many good Sega Saturn. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Oh god, let me see this 128 gigabyte card. So I want to get this 128 gigabyte card back out, and we're going to do a quick format on it. But my god, dude, okay, I'm glad that it's booting, but I have to be perfectly honest with you. I don't mean to sound like an asshole, but these directions are non-existent. Like, what the hell are people supposed to do? All right, I want to format this card. Just give me just 1 second. All right, format. exFAT. Default allocation size. Boom. Okay, 1 second. We're getting there. Okay, so this update has the firmware embedded within the unit. I want to grab a Saturn game. I'll grab X-Men vs. Street Fighter. Give it a shot. Hey, QWERTY, nice seeing you. There are no instructions for this. The only reason we figured this out was just trial and error of different firmwares with different formatted SD cards. Like it says in clear terms, exFAT and FAT32 are supported. So let's see. Let's go back. We're here. I guess we just needed to update it so that it could better... The instructions did not say that exFAT wasn't supported in older firmwares. So what's up? Well, that's wild. Oh shit, I don't... Yep, sorry, let's give it a shot. Thank you very much for telling me that. I really appreciate that. Fortunately for us, never leave home without it. Hey, QWERTY, I don't mean to be rude, but I've sent you, like, you've asked me that question like 15 times, and I'm just telling you everything's fine, it's here, but like, yeah, you're okay, man. Alright. Oh, wait. Now, this is one of the banes of the Saturn's existence. This cart probably needs cleaned, and this cart slot most certainly probably needs cleaned. All right. All right, let's give it a shot. I think I got it. Nope. It's not going to read, is it? Well, all right. Hold on. Let me cycle it a few times. I've always had trouble with this 4 megabyte RAM cartridge. Let's see what that does. Let's see. These cartridge slots, they need cleaning, like they need servicing. Oh, thank God. No, come on. Oh, Jesus Christ, I hate these. Let's see. Try that. I'm gonna have to get this a deep cleaning. Oh, you bastard. Try that. See what this does. Thank God. Sometimes you gotta pull them up a little bit. Maybe this will boot. No? Come on. Are we loading? What are we doing? I don't know what we're doing. Alright, hold on. I'm not stopping. We break for nobody. Let's see what that does. Sometimes if you lift them up by maybe like a 1/16 of an inch, it just really what it needs is I'm going to have to get in there and I'm going to have to give it a good cleaning. Oh, God. Maybe the ISO's bad? Maybe the ISO's bad. Let's see. What's another game we could try? Let's try... I don't have any on here, I don't think. Let's see. Hold on. Okay, let me try this real quick. All right, give me 1 second. I want to clean that slot. I want to clean it all. All right. Let me copy this over and let's give this a shot. So I know that that ISO is probably busted. Actually, I just remembered I'm about 1,000% sure that that ISO is busted. Thank you very much, because I had trouble with it before with my Saru. Thank you, Daddy. Let's see. Let's copy this over. All right, let's give this a shot. This will take just a moment. Okay, let's give it a go. All right. I know. I need a drink. Now that's not even showing up. What the heck? Hold on. What's that about? Press start and okay, thank you. Press start and refresh SD content. Okay. Thank you. I was wondering because that wasn't populating. Thank you very much. Let's see if this works. Enable cover. I get that's cool if you can enable cover art, but that doesn't, pressing start doesn't refresh the that does not there's no option to do that. Right? Am I wrong? Then actually that's not going to work. Okay. Hold on. Let me find a good one here. I want to take a good dump. I'll say this. Let's try... Oh, cool. Okay. Let me download this. I have to say, yes, this may be you know far more compatible, obviously, than the Saru, but you don't have to put up with this shit with the Saru. You just have a little INI file you edit, and you're off to the races. This is terrible. Just a second. We're going to try this. I would rather install a mod chip than deal with this Fenrir bullshit that I'm dealing with, to be perfectly honest. And I don't know how Stone Age Gamer or Castlemania Games or anybody sold these original units and didn't have a nightmare with support, because there is literally zero documentation. Like, even if he's updated the design, even if he has updated the design, that legacy documentation should continue to exist there, simply for in the event that somebody buys new old stock, or if somebody needs to move or transplant this thing over. Like, I don't like it when devices like this, they're not just retired, but they're like wiped from public existence by a vendor. The Saru is, listen, ever since about 7 months ago when they came out with that huge update and the polish they've been putting on it, the Saru is fucking awesome. I love the Saru. I think it's a wonderful. Let's see. Let me just do one thing here. Okay. Let's give this a go. I have had more trouble getting this Fenrir to work than the entire restoration and recapping process. It's not even reading, it's reading old files. Like, this game isn't even on here anymore. Like, what's up with that? Like, this game isn't, I've taken this game off of this thing. This is crazy. Why? There is something amazingly wrong with what's happening here. Okay, so that card is busted. It just doesn't work. I've deleted X-Men vs. Street Fighter, and I've put on Virtua Fighter Remix 3 times now. I'm having a miserable experience with the Fenrir, to be perfectly candid. Like, this is not fun. Now I'm going to use a different card that's formatted to FAT32. And I'm going to put Virtua Fighter Remix on this FAT32 formatted 16 gigabyte card. We're going to transfer it over, and we're going to see what happens. It's just freaking out. Yes, each game is in their own individualized directories. All right, let me copy this over. This will take just a minute. Pressing start does not refresh. It brings up this menu. That's another thing. Like, when you press start, it just brings up the options menu, which is great. See, and this game I removed. There's something going on here. Oh my gosh, I love this song. Let's see, where do I go to get to the menu for this thing? Here? Okay. Okay, this all looks good to me. Yeah, okay. let's see. How do you back? 11? 17. And it is 5. 11 p.m. Of course, there's no memory in there. Okay, so are we done? We're done. Okay, so let's pull this card out. This card's pulled out. Let's put this card back in. Let's give this a shot. Okay. Okay, this is with the 16 gigabyte card formatted to FAT32. I don't get it. I don't understand. I just don't understand it. It just doesn't make any sense.
Fight! 1. Ready, go!
Getting into it.
Time over!
Oh, he won.
Fight 2. Ready, go!
Such a stupid ass move. Who kicks like that?
KO!
Oh, I beat him.
Fight 3. Ready, go! KO!
That was awesome. Watch.
Yeah, well, how long it take you motherfuckers to cut a check?
Fight 1.
Thank you, Martin. Yeah, preserving this janky nonsense. Absolutely. Oh, you son of a bitch.
KO!
Okay, can we do something? Do you guys mind if I do something real quick? Let's copy. I got another version of X-Men versus Street Fighter. Let's see if this thing has the issues that this game has the same issues. New file on the SD card, 16 gigabyte file size, or 16 gigabyte sized SD card that is formatted to FAT32. I am fat, but I am not 32. I wish I was. All right, let's try this. Let me pull this over. Okay, here's the new... Where did it go? Okay, hold on. Okay, hold on 1 second. This will take just a moment. There it is. This will tell me everything that I need to know. Let me rename this to X-Men. Okay. Bear with me just a moment. I'm 37. I'm 37 years old, and I feel ancient. I'm just telling you. Like, don't let this youthful body fool you. Okay? I'm an old woman, allegedly. It's just taking a minute to copy over. I just want to make sure that I'm going to put everything back together, and we'll talk about it a little bit. Just want to make sure that this is good. I got to print a 3D printed mount. 45, god damn, dude. I'd just go ahead and end it if I were you. Just 45 isn't old. 45 is like what 36 used to be. You know, it's not old. Like 50 is like now like the new 41. It's crazy. People, I don't know if it's just, you know, technology or people or, you know, horniness, or but people that are older now look much younger than they did 20 years ago. It's just weird. Like the saying 40 is the new 30, that's absolutely true. You know? Almost done. I need 7 seconds. And we'll put the cartridge, we'll put the 4 megabyte unit back into position here. Okay, and we are copying over right now. Yes, yes, Professor, that is absolutely correct. I just had to deal with that again this morning. I'll send you that. Did I tell you about? I didn't get to tell you about that. Or was it yesterday? No, it was yesterday. Okay. Okay. Let's give it a go. Let's see if X-Men vs. Street Fighter works. We got our 4 megabyte cartridge in, our RAM expander. Okay. What? What is that? X-Men versus Horny Masters? Japan? The hell is this? Well, come to the right place. I didn't do that. Okay, so it didn't like the XFAT card?
X-Men versus Street Fighter!
Fantastic.
This is X-Men versus Street Fighter! Fight!
I'll play a quick round.
Ready! Come on, mon ami. Fight! Good!
Pretty good.
Yes! Optic blast! Gene slice! Yes!
Fucked him up.
You win!
Sega Saturn's the best. Well, guys, I have to say I am very confused. I am very confused about what's happening here. XFAT cards, I don't know. This card, I just tested it. It's perfectly fine. This is a real SanDisk card. There are no errors. There's no sector problems. I just pulled this. I was using this card earlier today with X-Station stuff. So I don't understand that. As far as the older version of the Fenrir, it seems to be working great here, but there are a lot of things that just aren't documented. Like all the documentation is for the Duo, has nothing to do with this. I think that there's not even an installation procedure. Like I'm different about documentation. I think if you sell something to somebody, you need to thoroughly, and if it's not sold as a DIY, you're on your own sort of kit, like this is supposed to be easy. Things are easy or difficult based on how good the documentation is. This was not good at all. Like, the device is great, but I just wish that this is what, 3 years old, 4 years old, this version, the 20-pin? Can we, like, put some documentation up so that I'm not a noob to this stuff. I'm a noob to this device, but, like, there was nothing for me to really follow. We spent more time, I think, on the Fenrir just trying to get an SD card to work than we did actually servicing the unit. And we recapped everything from the power supply to the board. That's crazy. Think about that for a second. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to take... Yeah, exactly, Brandon. I'm sorry, sir, I couldn't see it. Brett Linden. Not Brandon, Brett Linden. We're going to take our experiences here, and I think I'm going to condense them into a post to help people who are, who may have... I don't know anything about the Duo, but if somebody has a Fenrir laying around... Yeah, I kind of might need to know about this stuff. I even reflowed the Fenrir. That's right. That's right. We did everything. So I hope, guys, that this video, never mind the Fenrir stuff, the servicing of the unit, this was a dead on arrival Saturn. Didn't do anything. We serviced it. Like I said, with VA0 units and VA.5 to VA1, VA0 to VA1, typically, if those things are playing dead, usually just maintenance and recapping will bring them back and resurrect them. I also think that they have the best video quality output out of all Saturn revisions that I've messed with. They're bulletproof, really, in a lot of ways. So this is the version I would service personally. I have the 25th. This is the May 25th, 2022 firmware. This is running latest firmware. And we can test that, I think, if we pull this out. I think if we press start, it'll tell us. I'm pretty sure this is the latest firmware. So press start. I'm running on, yeah, see, I'm running on version 1.55, and if you look on the firmware history website, wherever that is, where did I put that? Here we go. Yeah, May 25th, 2022 is version 1.5.5. We're running the latest firmware for the 20-pin model. I don't, see, like, build date, May 25th, 2022. But, my goodness, like, I'm telling you, that was just, oh my God, that was horrible experience with the Fenrir. And it the XFAT card was still seeing X-Men for whatever reason. I don't know. That's very interesting. And now this is getting all crazy. This isn't... Now it's not seeing anything. What's up with that? What happened to all my games that were here? I don't know. Also, the Fenrir has a memory backup option, which I think is kind of cool. I'd like to check that out. The game list disappeared, and I had to restart this for whatever reason. That's weird. So now it's having... I don't know. God, this is crazy. Now this card, this card's starting to corrupt in the Fenrir. I tried to launch Virtual Fighter 2 Remix. It restarts to this menu, and all the game list disappears. So, and I've not done anything. God, this thing. Oh, Daddy. Oh. I guess there is a Wi-Fi option here. See what it does. Black screen, loading. So X-Men vs. Street Fighter's loading okay, it seems. Let's see if it gets to the title screen. Takes a minute because it's not really any faster than an optical drive. This sucks. I fuck this thing. I don't like this. I'm gonna put the optical back in here. This is crazy. Let's just see what happens. Okay. I don't know. That's very odd.
X-Men versus Street Fighter!
That's very interesting to me. I'm sorry, guys. I'm listening for audio drops. Let me move the FFC around a little bit. Anything? We're streaming audio, so if it's going to F up, it's going to F up when I'm doing this. No, the flat flex cable is perfectly fine. It's not rotted or it's not in bad shape.
Street Fighter!
It's working great now. I don't know.
X-Men versus Street Fighter!
Let's take this to 11. I wonder if I can mess them up on the hardest difficulty imaginable.
Ready. Fight!
Oh, Jesus, here we go. Nope, not on my watch. Damn. Oh, God, she's making out with me. That's sexual assault. Oh! Yeah! Eat that! Oh, Jesus. Oh, man. Yes! Let's see.
Yes! Yes!
Oh, finish him off.
Optic blast! Optic blast! Optic blast! Yes!
Yes!
You win!
I'm still good. I still got it. Okay, so guys, this is it. I'm done. Like, well, here's what we've got. Okay, like as far as I'm concerned, well, let's put it back together. You guys want to put it back together with me? Would that be fun? Would that be fine? Be a fun time in my butt? Well, I can't put it back together just yet because I gotta 3D print a mount. But what we will do is, with you guys here, we'll go ahead and get it mostly put back together and reassembled so that we can just put it back together. But look, I mean, listen, that process went without a hitch. That was just fine. Let me see. The fin rear, that was a whole other thing that was separate from our troubles with just getting the damn thing going. Let's see, I've got to remember how this goes back in here. The fin rear was just one of those situations, of course, where you've got a product that, as far as I'm concerned, isn't very well documented. And here's the problem. Here's the other problem that I have specifically. When you get a new... let's see if that's right. Is that right? Is that how that goes? No. I can't even remember how these goes. When you get, guys, when you upgrade a product, don't abandon or supplant's the better word. Don't supplant the documentation for that product. Don't supplant the documentation and get rid of and dissolve the original documentation. That is terrible. That is absolutely the worst thing that you could do, because what ultimately is going to happen is you're going to, like, give people a hard goddamn time, which is exactly what they've done to me in real time, and I'm going to call my congressman about this. Now, I've got to look at something here, because I don't remember. Give me just a second. I don't remember how this daggone thing fits in there. But, keep that available for people. Whatever you do, keep that available for people, and let them have access to... How does it go? Okay, right here. Oh, yes, it does, Daddy. That feels great to me, little Daddy. Let people have access to the damn shits. Like, I need access to the shits. Okay? The shits. I remember how this goes. I gotta look. Oh, let me play with this for a second. But I think that, for my money... There we go. For my money... Forgot how this worked. There we go. Look, the fin rear is great. I appreciate what it stands for and what it's supposed to do. I personally had a very bad experience with it just now. I think we all did, and that wasn't smoke or show. That was documented. I can't, in good conscience, say that was smooth. Now, in fairness, I don't have a Duo. I don't have a new unit, and I don't know how smooth that would be, so I'm not going to say anything to you in terms of, and to my friends, concerning how good that would be or not be. I don't know. I just don't know. I don't have any basis for any sort of commentary as far as that's concerned. Let me just sort of get this back together. Please, can you just wait? There. But as far as the recapping procedure, I think everybody has a pretty good handle or an idea of how I feel about surface mount reworking. What do we do? What tools do we use? What tools do we not use? Well, in my opinion, we certainly don't come at this using... Oh, I forgot to put the... forgot to put the little VCD, the MPEG card back in. The MPEG little brace. We certainly don't use flush cuts to twist off capacitors. That's not what we're going to do, and that's not what we're ever going to do. Let's see if I can sneak this in here. That was just... Let me take this out. That was just horrible. That's just a horrible technique, and we can do better than that. And I'm not making fun of anyone who does that, or I'm not saying anything bad about them. But I hope I demonstrated to you guys and gals sound and effective techniques for dealing with capacitors and surface mount components safely and efficiently and quickly with hot air, without damaging or putting anything in needless harm's in needless jeopardy, let's say. Okay, I hope that's what we did here. I hope that was I hope that I was able to demonstrate some good things for you guys, and that you walk away with this, from this experience, from this stream, with hopefully some new tools and at least some new ideas that you can put into practice. Okay, doggy style. Not doggy style, but you know what I'm saying. Like some sort of style here, clearly. Okay. Just putting it back together here. Just bear with me. Any questions? Will I keep the stream archived? You bet. You bet I will. I'll do it just for you. Guys, this was a marathon. I really enjoyed it. I really enjoyed the refurbishment of the board, and cleaning and recapping and bringing an otherwise junked dead Saturn. This was junk. It was busted. But it now, thanks to our efforts, it's no longer busted. That's what happens. Isn't that amazing? I think it's glorious. In fact, I think it's one of the best things that we've ever done together on this stream. I'm getting kind of emotional thinking about it, to be perfectly candid. But don't fear surface mount. Don't fear surface mount components. Arm yourself with good methods, with good techniques, and you won't have a bit of a problem. And if you do, slow down. Like I said to you earlier in the stream, slow down and reset. Don't force something that isn't working. Don't do it. Don't do it. It's not worth it. It's not worth the hassle. It's easy to restart something. That looks really nice. It's easy to restart something, to reset something, and to try again. Don't get all hung up on oh, I didn't get it right. Let me just push the solder through. Let me just push the heat through. Let me crank the heat up. No. Stop. Stop what you're doing. Okay, it's not worth it. It's just not worth it. Okay, looks great. We got the shield back on there. Now, the only thing that I need to do is put these little posts back in. And remember, the Sega Saturn is not a fast console to service. It is not a quick, streamlined job that you can just get in here and get out. Not really. Not if you really want to do it any service. This system, as I told you earlier, requires patience, and it requires really your undivided attention. You have to pay very close attention to what you're doing, because there are a lot of high-speed, sensitive components you know, all throughout the board here, all throughout the design. Oh, that's not the right screw for that. Excuse me. Did with those. Oh, yep. That actually goes here. Excuse me, little fella. Thank you very much. Come on out of there. That's right. Oops. I thought I missed, did ya? But just take your time. That's the number one here. Take your time. Don't blast those damn things with heat. You don't have to blast them with heat. You don't have to blast these components with sweet heat. It's just not necessary. And hold on, I'm trying to find something. I found something I lost back in '68. Hold on. Is this what I'm looking for back here? Nope. Yep, that's what I'm looking for. Don't get carried away with hot air. I really hope that, if anything, seriously, if anything that you take from this, I hope that most of you recognize the importance and the utility, for my tweezers, of hot air, and if you master that, come on out of there, son of a, God, get out of there. What the F? If you master hot air, you've mastered a lot. You've done a lot. You've done a lot for yourself. Is that going to come out? Yes. You've done a lot for yourself, because mastering hot air is a huge, huge, incredibly massive tool that you've just given yourself. Okay? It's an incredible tool, and it has so many applications. Anyone is like, well, you're going to boil, you're going to pop corn caps off. We did over 30 capacitors on 30-year-old temperamental surface mount caps on a launch Sega Saturn. Not only did we not damage any of the caps, we didn't pop corn, and we didn't pop any off of the board. So that excuse really doesn't hold any weight anymore, and I hope that I've demonstrated that with this hardware. Anywho, guys. Anywho, I feel good about it. I feel invigorated. I feel like we've done something with each other that is platonic and with meaning. Final little nub. Oh, shit. I wonder if I can sneak that in there. I think I might have made a microaggression mistake. Oh, Lord, I hate that. So that's another thing I'd like to say. The shield on this thing can be an absolute pain in the ass, but it's not too bad. And let's see if I can fold this up without bending or kinking it. I'm kind of kinky. So if I can come right in here. There we go. Get it fitted like that, and we're in business. How about that? Now, are there any questions for me while I put this back together? Does anyone have anything? Does anyone have anything they'd like to say? No, I want you here. Anything they'd like to say or ask or inquire about? I would be happy to help answer any questions. See if I can do this the old-fashioned way. Come on, lift up, lift up, lift up. There we go. Haha. I will start paying attention to the chat in just about 6 seconds. Let me just get this in here. Perfect. Okay, now we're in like Flynn. Yep, you got it. That's it. That's basically it. Thank you for how you help the community. Thank you for being a part of that community, and thank you for participating. How long have I been doing this? I've been doing this for 23 years. I've been doing this since 2002. I've been doing it for a long time. Okay? It's been a long time. Go, locks in like that. And we are in good shape We'll go ahead and... Remember, we got these screws back here. I'll go ahead and slap these babies in. So go out there. Don't let these systems find their way into the waste bin. You know, no joke. Do you know how expensive Sega Saturns are becoming, or they're going to become? Like, there might be many of them now in Japan floating around, but I promise you, it's only a matter of time until these things become very hard to get, even in a serviceable, in a working condition. I have some opinions about that. Wait a second. I'll talk about this real quick because this is something that comes up a lot, and maybe I can offer some insight on that. Oh, geez. Oh, I've been a bad boy again, haven't I, Martha? Oh. All right. Good night, Ethel. All right, here we have it. I've had this little station for many years. Now this... This is an 858D hot air rework station. For general purpose work, cap jobs like this, it's got a calibration setting. Sorry, there's ink on this. Get a calibrator, calibrate the heat, and as long as the heat's pretty well calibrated, this is a fine entry-level station that you can do just about anything other than large BGA or any BGA work. Some BGA, some small form factor stuff you can do just fine. This thing's great. This is great. You can absolutely do great work with an 858D. Now the problem with this station, and it's been the problem for the past, I guess, almost 10 years, 7 or 8 years, is that depending on the vendor, it might not be built, it might not be internally assembled so well. You might want to take it apart, you might want to check some things out to make sure it doesn't catch fire. Now this unit, no problems. And I used it for years, and I paid, I think, about $45 for it. Worth every penny. I could have done the Saturn just as easily, really. So that's these stations, again, take it apart, make sure it's built okay, or check out the vendor, make sure that the vendor checks out, and at least they're not selling garbage that could, blow you up. But otherwise, the 858D, the D just means that it's a digital station, as a digital readout. I'm a big fan. I'm a big fan as an entry-level tool for people who are getting started. I don't have a single bad thing to say about it from that perspective. Those are my opinions. All right, so thank you very much, everyone. What would I say is my most proudest modding achievement? I would have to say that would be the SNES Edge Enhancer. That is my most proud achievement. For sure. Very proud of the work that I did on that. And I'm very proud of the work that the people who helped me, very, very proud of their work too. Stefan Kugelov, Little Boris of HD Retrovision, Furtek, the chip decapper of decapitations, and Michael Chi, Dr. Chi, of AliExpress. Couldn't have done it without them. So, very proud of that work. Anywho, guys, this is a nice little detour, but I got to get back to work on Super Nintendo. Any update on the Edge Enhancer for PAL? Yeah, sure. You want to see it? I want to cover up the fun parts, but see, this is an SNES P02. This is a PAL Super Nintendo, right? There's your interposer. That works. So PAL stuff is pretty much almost ready to go. I have to be careful. I'm just very slow on PAL because I can't afford to buy 50 PAL Super Nintendos because they're super expensive. So that has just been a very slow rollout, but it's absolutely going fine. All right, guys, thanks so much. Any questions, any other questions related to what you saw today that I can answer? Anything else? Because we're going to call this one. I feel like we did great work today. I feel like this was... The fin mirror was a nice side... Where's my mouse? Where's my mouse cursor? The fin mirror was a very nice side... sort of a side project here, but I feel like the workshop for repairing this Saturn and restoring it was really good. Okay. Old Man Gaming, I don't know. I don't have an answer on that. I'm really not too familiar with the FRAM mods, so I'm afraid I can't answer that. Can I edge on camera? There haven't been nearly enough super chats rolling through for me to edge for you on camera. Sorry. Guys, I had a great time. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And I will see you guys soon. I've got to bounce. I've got to eat. We've been at this for 17 minutes, and I've got to eat because I'm obese. Me and Bob have something in common. We're fat. The only difference is he has tits, and I don't. Nearly as badly as he does. So having said that, guys, take care. See you soon. Let me know if you have any questions, and let me know on Blue Sky and on Twitter if you enjoyed this stream. Thanks so much. Take care. Shalom, my brother.